So, good evening, everyone. We are live on YouTube. We are going live on Insta. Bear with me just a second, and I will be with you. Right, let's do this. And let's go Facebook. Okay. How's that light on Facebook? Oh, it's quite dark in that corner. Okay, I'm just waiting to go live, and it's probably because I got my camera around the wrong way. Yay! That's better. Okay, awesome. That's actually improved the light a little bit. Hey, everyone. Hey, we are live on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. We are bringing you the tremendous episode 5 tonight. Actually, that light is a bit weird. Let me just change that round. It's a bit better. Okay. Hey, Rick. How's it going? Okay, yeah, that's a bit better. The light's a bit crazy in here. It seems to go in and out on Facebook, but nevertheless, we're all good. I've got people watching on all my lovely platforms, so we shall get going. Hey, Treacle. So I am Sasha Wallace, here to bring you the ever-awaited part 5 of our story, coming to you live from my home in Richmond, London, coming live to you all around the world on all sorts of platforms this evening. And we have a really exciting section of the story coming up tonight. So thank you so much for being here, for sharing in this time. And my cat's about to jump up on the whole video setup. Hang on, come on, stay down there. There's a good girl. Look, I'm going to move you back a bit so that you don't... Oh, hang on. And I've just turned Facebook off. Hang on, that was clever. All right. Okay. Let's just... Okay. Sorry about that. Just had to stop the cat from pulling the whole thing down. Right, so it is a wonderfully exciting evening tonight. It is the lunar eclipse and it is a full moon in Capricorn. And this is a really exciting time, and it's just reminded me we need one more deck of cards. Where is she? Sorry about that. There's always one more thing, isn't there? Okay, so it is the night, and it's 2:22 on the clock. Fantastic. So yes, it is the full moon in Capricorn and the lunar eclipse tonight. Sneaky little extra eclipse. Well, we're actually having 6 this year, and we had one last year, just on the same day as the solstice. Sorry, last week on the solstice. Oops. And every time my phone bings, I might just put it on to, hang on, let me just take sound off. There we are, because every time it vibrates, it falls over. So I've been doing each of these episodes on a very special astronomical event, and we've used the eclipses, the moon portal, and other beautiful events have been appearing all through this year. We've had just such a crazy set of different influences and different conjunctions. We're in the Saturn-Pluto corridor that we went into in January. I'm sorry it's so dark or weird lighting on Facebook. It's a bit strange, but we'll just have to go with it because I've got the camera just where I want it. But I suppose, yeah, maybe it's me, maybe it's when I'm moving, I don't know. The light just seems to change of its own accord, which is always quite freaky, spooky. So where was I? Yeah, I've been doing an episode on each of these nights, starting way back when we started the Saturn-Pluto corridor, as we came out of the moon portal that lasted from December last year into January. Which was a huge time of karma clearing, a huge time of, really seeing these patterns in our lives come around again and have the opportunity to take different actions, to make different choices about how we want to be in the world and how we want to navigate our relationships. And so there was all this amazing karma clearing happening during the moon portal, as a kind of cleansing space, as a time of really getting our house in order, getting our... Hi guys, thanks so much for joining. So awesome to have all of you online with me live. You are joining me for episode 5 live. And it opened us, the closing of one portal opened us to another portal, and it opened us to the Saturn-Pluto corridor, in which we find this beautiful alignment of Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, Neptune, Mars, Vesta, and Mercury. Did I say? Yeah, I said Pluto. And and that's a series of conjunctions and influences that's actually going to play out for the whole of this year. I mean, it has been already. We have all been through the most intense year already, with so many different things happening, and there's all of this energy is playing out up in the solar system and around our planet on a terrestrial level. As well as at a universal level, and that mirrors what is happening down here on the 3D plane. I mean, I say, one mirrors the other. The two kind of appear simultaneously. They are reflections of one another, but they are simultaneous reflections. So it's not to say that one comes before the other. But what we find, and the title of this episode is mirroring. And that is really about the mirroring that takes place above, and as above, so below. And wherever you find a situation or a set of patterns happening on one plane, they are happening in exactly the same way on another plane, on another dimension. And it's really interesting to try and understand these and navigate these pathways around what we see going on in our lives, and how we can use them to grow and support our own cycles, our own karma. And Saturn is a very big influencer when it comes to our karma. Saturn, otherwise known as Kronos, the timekeeper, that of the karmic cycle. He guards, or she guards, I actually see Saturn as a very feminine energy, actually, very much like the Empress, because actually Saturn on the Tree of Life is is the place of Bina. And Bina is the sort of womb of creation, the energy of that feminine energy at the heart of all of our origins. And not only that position on the Tree of Life represents the 4 queens in the tarot. And actually the Empress for me is the embodiment of all 4 queens put together. So Saturn also sits in that position. So I see Saturn as a very motherly, nurturing spirit, but it's also that full-on life-giving, life-taking, life-destructive, life-creative power, force. So Saturn's been playing a really big part in all of this. So as I say, like, Saturn's our karmic challenger, if you like. He or she brings to our attention, brings us back into focus about where we keep recycling the same patterns. We keep finding ourselves in the same situations, the same relationships, the same thoughts going around our head about where we are in our lives and why things aren't changing, or why things always seem to come around in a particular way. And that's our karma talking to us. That's the lessons that we need to learn. That's the lessons that we are being asked to focus on and address and accept within ourselves, to bring ourselves into harmony, effectively, ultimately, with ourselves. A harmony between our masculine and our feminine side within each of us. Harmony across all of our chakras. Harmony between heart and mind. Harmony between our positive and our negative energies. And by that I mean positive and negative like a magnet or like a battery. So we've had 2 cards come out while I've been shuffling and talking to you, and I'll show those to you. They're very similar. And interestingly, we get 3 and 4, which has really been the energy. We've really been using a lot of 3 energy and a lot of 4 energy as we've been going through these episodes. And today is number 5. Today is very much the energy of the 5. It is the 5th of July. It is the day of the lunar eclipse on the 5th of July, 2020. The last eclipse that when I did episode 4, not the last eclipse, the eclipse before the one on the solstice was on the 5th of June, and I did episode 4 on the 5th of June. So this is kind of like a transmutation from that 5th of June to the 5th of July. So 5-5, and now this is episode 5. And hey guys, so nice to see so many people watching. It's lovely. And welcome to episode 5. This is my beautiful series exploring the lost world of the sacred feminine as told by the solar system. And tonight's episode is actually called Mirroring. And I'm sort of trying to set the stage a little bit around where I want you to try and see for yourself the patterns, the mirror images, the reflections. And I'll be sort of, trying to navigate us through some of that. But we've had 2 beautiful cards. We've had acceptance, and oh look, there's one on the floor that popped out and I didn't realize. I love it when that happens. So resistance, acceptance, and realization. Well, resistance is number 25, which for me is like 5 times 5, which is a bit obscure, but for me it makes a lot of sense. And then resistance and realization. Sorry, I know I haven't shown them to you yet, but just taking this in. Resistance. I mean, resistance and acceptance are just like the yin and the yang. The yin and the yang, the resistance to grow, holding back, and then just acceptance, flowing with the acceptance, letting go, giving in to it all. And then realization is a beautiful heart-centered energy between the two. You know, resistance and acceptance is like positive and negative energies of a magnet. You know, we've been discussing this whole this idea throughout the episodes of how the human body is a direct reflection of the tetrapolar magnet of the Earth and of the solar system. And actually, this is, if you can see it, it's probably really bright under that light. But this is my diagram of the body as a tetrapolar magnet, and where all of the chakras are, and how each of the chakras respond and reflect to a planet in our solar system, and how all of this is a beautiful mirror image that goes between the Earth and the universe, the solar system, but the universe as well, because everything is a reflection of everything else. But for our purposes, we're talking about the human body as a reflection of the planet Earth, and that as a reflection of our solar system and our planets. And we can definitely like have another look at that as we go through. But, you know, we've got the 4, the 3, and the 25, which is a 7. 4 and 3 add up to 7, and we've got another 7. It is also July. You know. And I feel like, you know, instantly to me, with these moon cards, we get a waxing crescent, the waning crescent, and another waxing crescent. I mean, it's the full moon tonight. Or tomorrow is the full moon. Yeah, but depending on where you are in the world, obviously, today or tomorrow. But yeah, so this is kind of like, you know, resistance. If you imagine two magnets, the positive and the negative ions, they resist each other or they connect, you know, they accept. And, you know, it's very much the sort of bringing into harmony the masculine and the feminine. You know, the top half of us is masculine, the bottom half of us is feminine, the right hand side of us is masculine, the left hand side of us is feminine. The left eye, looking to the past, is controlled by the moon. That's our left eye chakra, looking into the past, our feminine side. And the sun being the ruler of our right side, our right eye masculine, right eye chakra, which is the masculine, and that's the future focus aspect of ourselves. And it's on that right side that we have the right brain, which is the very creative side. And on the right hand side, we have, on the left hand side, we have the very logical, analytical brain. And we can definitely go into some more detail about that. But basically, there's all these hemispheres, there's all these balancings, there's all these, everything is dualistic, everything sits in a polarity. And our great journey on every level, on every dimension, in every metaphorical and metaphysical way you can imagine, is to bring harmony. Everything is searching for harmony. So it's kind of like the forever journey of the positive and the negative trying to come together. But it is not an impossible task. It is the realization that we hold both within us. And I think that's the beautiful simplicity of all of this. It's nothing to do with going and trying to bring something in from outside. It's actually recognizing how much power we have within each of us to make these changes, to recognize these different aspects of ourselves and bring ourselves into that inner harmony, so that we can genuinely find peace and acceptance and self-love within, which ultimately, what we're doing when we do that, we're bringing harmony and balance to our chakras, to each of our chakra systems. We, unlocking and supporting and balancing our lower chakras allows us to open open the sort of gateway of the heart chakra, allowing this opening of the higher chakras. And all of this is about bringing into balance. You cannot do this work if you're out of balance, and you can't necessarily move forward to the next chakra or the next challenge until you've brought that current challenge that you're sitting in into harmony as well. And that's kind of like where the karmic cycles come round, where you can find yourself caught in all of us find ourselves caught in these karmic cycles. This is not just something only a few of us go through. This is something that all creatures go through. All of us go through these cycles, and really the cycle will keep appearing to you until you have found the lesson within, found what it is that the lesson is trying to teach you, and what's been stopping you from recognizing or adhering to the lesson all this time. And sorry, I'm just watching the light go a bit crazy on Facebook. I am also live on YouTube and Instagram, guys. So if the light is really bad on Facebook, I'm probably not going to move the camera anywhere else now. So sorry if it's really bright. I know it, or really dark. It just keeps changing. But do feel free to find me on a different platform if that's better light. We'll be here for a bit. So yeah, bringing resistance, that resistance to change, resistance to change, resistance to growth. And then this beautiful realization that actually sometimes what we're doing is we're just holding on to habits and negative traits and negative patterns in our life that no longer serve us and no longer hold any purpose for us, and they're actually holding us back and keeping us from our true purpose, our true mission, our true work in the world. And we all have work in the world to do, and it's our role, it's our quest to find out what that work is, what that light work is. And so I love these kind of opening energies. What are you holding on to that needs to be released? What needs to be released? What negative, low vibrational emotions or thoughts or criticisms or judgments are you holding on to about yourself or about other people? And if you can't really tell the difference, then look at what annoys you or upsets you or gets to you about other people, and then examine why that bothers you so much. Because actually the things that we hold on to as negative things, even if we perceive them as being on the outside, they are actually just a pure reflection of what's going on inside you. So if you're getting triggered by something, or if you're getting heated or angry about something, it's because it is triggering something inside you that needs to be dealt with, that needs to be aired and voiced and given oxygen and let go of. Otherwise, it's being held down in your physical system, and it's actually doing you a lot of damage. And it's doing you physical damage. It's not just, oh yeah, it's going to make me feel bad for a bit, and I'll remember it for a long time. No, it's actually doing physiological changes to your human body, to your DNA, to your organs, to your cells, and it creates cancer. It creates all sorts of debilitating issues within our nervous system, within our brain, within our memory, within our body, at the level of the cell, because these changes, thought energy and emotional energy, carries as much of a physical impact in the real world as they do as a feeling inside you. So they actually hold a physical, tangible, energetic vibration that exists within your body, as well as what we think of as a feeling or a thought is actually a bundle of energy racing around, a bit like a pin, a ball in a pinball machine. And if that ball of energy that you're constantly nurturing is full of light and goodness and good things that you feel about yourself and good things that you feel about your world, and you're putting that intention, you're feeling into that real, genuine goodness, the highest good of people, the highest good of yourself. That ball of light that you'll be nurturing is actually really, really positive and creates healing and creates a positive vibrational frequency around your whole body that emanates as your aura, and emanates as the light and radiance that you give out to the world. If what you're holding on to and feeding is sense of fear, resentment, hate, anger, racism, homophobia, negative, harmful attitudes towards other people that are different to you, or other people that are just like you, like your family and your friends, you are creating a negative, dark, whirling pool of energy inside yourself. You're creating that very thing that you think you are, separate from, but actually what you're doing is actually creating a negative sphere around yourself. And then as you go out into the world, whether that's online through social media or whether that's face to face with people, the energy inside you is a mirror reflection of the way your world will be. So you create your reality by the vibration that you feel in the world. Sorry, that you feel inside. You will be creating that exact mirror image, that mirror reflection of your reality in the world around you. Many of you will have heard of the law of attraction, which is about what, the law of attraction is what goes around comes around. It sits on a beautiful par with karma. But actually, the way I like to talk about the law of attraction, which it makes it so crystal clear for me, is if you imagine that you have a mirror in front of you everywhere you go, every moment of your life, and everything you put out into the world, whether that be thought energy, like mental energy, thoughts, emotions, imaginations, feelings towards other people, as well as your words, your body language, your tone, your intention behind what you say, and your actions. All of that bounces off this mirror in front of you. Every single thing is all actually being fed out, spewed out from you into the world. Whether you realize, whether you say it out loud or not, you are manifesting it in the 4D, in the astral plane. And it is then, that parcel of energy is then going off and doing something. And if you're creating a negative vibration, thinking bad things, or wishing bad things on people or the world, that will also bounce straight off the mirror back onto you. So everything you put out in the world bounces off the mirror. So if that's really, really positive, goodness and light and joy and love, that is what is going to bounce back. That is what you're going to find you're attracting into your life. You will only attract that which is at your current vibration. So if your vibration is really, really low and down, you are only going to be able to attract energy forms that are existing and vibrating at that same frequency that you are on. Which is why it's really, really important that you don't spend too much time engaging with people who are really, really negative and really down on the world or really prejudiced, even if that means taking yourself away from a conversation, not engaging, because other people's energies can have, a really serious effect on your own body system, on your own chakras, on your own energy system. And all of us can become very, very affected by other people's energy. You know, this is a time, what was I going to say? Why was I going to say this is a time? That wasn't the word I was about to say, but time. Time brings me back to Kronos, to Saturn. I felt like doing something then. Oh, yes. So, yeah, as I thought about balance then, as I thought about, being in an environment where there's lots of negative people, you actually can really get impacted by the energy vibrations that other people, and you'll have noticed this, you'll understand it when I say like energy vampires. You can start a conversation with somebody. You could be feeling really, really upbeat and bright and happy and light, and you'll get into a conversation with someone who's really down and really negative and just isn't prepared to, they're having a bit of a pity party and they're just not prepared to see the light, any kind of light at the end of the tunnel. They just kind of want to wallow. And no matter what you say, no matter what you do, they're just kind of there, stuck. And that energy can actually bring you down. And you'll walk away from that conversation eventually and be like, oh my God, like that, that's just completely ruined my afternoon, or, it's pulled me down into the state that they're in. So recognize that there's always this moving wave form of energy, that you can be a big bundle of light and you can still be kind of battered by all of these other negative energies, because negative energies are very powerful. Now, light energies are really powerful as well, but we've become very, very good at channeling the negative ones. They've become very repetitive, repeated programs in our system, and they become a lot easier to attach onto. A good example of that is you know, if you've ever done something that you were really, really excited about, like a really, you know, a big thing of your passion that you were putting out into the world, and you get some feedback, and you get like loads of good feedback from like all your friends or your peers or your colleagues, and then one person, just one person, says something a bit negative, or even they didn't, you know, they weren't trying to be mean, but they said something quite honest and you took it in a weird way. And it's funny, but that is the one piece of information or data about your feedback that you will hold on to. All the other great likes and shares and thumbs up and wow, you're amazing comments will just suddenly, you know, drift under the carpet. And this one thing that may have been said completely off the cuff and not intended to be hurtful, you will twist it and create it into something more and make it into this big thing until your memory of the great experience that where you were amazing and you did something really, really cool and it was genuinely good, is now marred because you've allowed your inner mental stuff. Yeah. Absorbing negativity from childhood can continue into adult life. Yeah, totally, Jenny. And got to give it back to whoever puts it out. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely right. But we don't even always know it's happening. We don't always know that there is, you know, that these other energies are having such an influence and an impact on us. So you have to do some things to actually kind of ground yourself, protect yourself. It's easy to always draw to the negative and not hear the positive. Absolutely, Rick. Absolutely. And you know, and that's a little kind of devilish program that we've got going on. Because actually all that good feedback and all the good things that you felt about that experience were actually completely valid and bona fide and genuine. And the other thing was probably nothing more than a miscommunication. And yet somehow it transforms into becoming the only energy that matters. And this is so destructive because it stops you from getting up and getting out there and putting your light out again. And this is kind of why these, you know, negative energies are kind of intentionally trying to bring you down. They are intentionally trying to block out the light and pull down the veil on the light so that we don't find our inner light, so that we don't shine our light, that we don't recognize that we are totally capable of being absolutely anything that we could dream of being, and we can be. We are incredibly powerful beings. We've just had that knowledge and that wisdom of who we really are and what power we really hold, individually, independently of anything else but our own breathing, living bodies, because they want us to be stuck down here in the physical world, stuck in matter, a soul trapped in matter, unable to see the light that shines, unable to even realize there's anything to reach for, because that keeps us in a very convenient state of negative fear, energy swirling, hectic beings in the world that are totally focused on what's going on outside, on all the fear and all of the worries and all of the things that could go wrong. And oh my God, what about tomorrow? And oh my God, what about yesterday? No one is sitting here. Well, there are lots of us sitting here in the now, in the present moment. but we are conditioned and programmed to be forever fearful of the future. And that just that feeds the consumerist economy system, keeps us stuck in negativity, keeps us hooked on medications, keeps us striving for a cure to things with treatments that were never designed to cure us in the first place. It keeps us holding on to all our worldly possessions as if that's what matters in the world. And it's all external. It's all about what's outside of you and how you can control it. When actually the beautiful magic is you can control your whole reality from within. All you need is everything you've got within. And that's really the beautiful journey that I'm taking you all on. And I could just, type on my status, go within, done. But that wouldn't be as fun. That wouldn't be as fun as taking you through this amazing story and like discovering and exploring all these amazing sacred feminine archetypes that we've been doing, and amazing masculine archetypes as well. We're on a twin flame discovery journey here. It's about bringing the masculine and the feminine within each of us into divine union. We've also got the twin flames coming into union in the 3D, in the real world as well. Mirroring. There's so much mirroring going on. There's even a twin flame story out in space. And let me just show you a few of the other cards that came out at the beginning of this reading. And just before we do that, let's just ground ourselves. And I'm going to bring out my lovely little singing bowl. My lovely little Tibetan singing bowl. And I want us to just ground into the energy. Okay, I want you to put your feet on the ground if you can. If you're outside, even better. Being in nature. Touch a tree. But I'm going to help you ground. So as I play the singing bowl, I want you to just take some really nice, slow, deep breaths in and hold. And then as you breathe out, try and make your out breath longer than your in breath. Whew. Wow. This is the longest I have ever had that, honey. Yes, Sister Jenny. They are definitely projections from people who can't own their shit. Linda said, yes, sometimes the biggest shifts come from those struggles with others and finding that balance within. Absolutely, darlings. Absolutely. I hope you liked that beautiful resounding sound from my singing bowl. I actually had to bring that to a close because that was going to go on and on and on. It's amazing. Let's just pull one more moon card. I've got these cards, you can't really see them, but I'm going to put them there. I'm just going to say, so we sort of got into talking about dragons, and we're going to talk about dragons again tonight. We got into talking about dragons in episode 4, and I opened this beautiful tarot deck, the Dragon Oracles, and we got the gold and silver violet flame dragon. It's there. That was the gold and violet flame. Gold and silver violet flame dragon, which I'll read to you, says, transmutes the old around you with wisdom and grace. It's time for transmutation, magic and healing. Offer service under grace. And if I put that there, can you see that? Probably not. Maybe on Facebook you can see it. And the second dragon we got was the water dragon. Helps you flow easily around obstacles. Christ, light and love are flowing. Develop your psychic abilities and go with the flow. Now, these are the energies from the last reading that I thought I would just kind of, bring some continuity through. And you'll sort of see why we're talking about dragons again tonight. Because they are the be-all and end-all. The beginning, the middle, and the end. Okay, and then we had the fire and water dragon. So beautiful twin flame energy of the fire and water dragon. Enables your life to flow with loving force. Prepare for change and to move forward quickly. Expect the unexpected and have fun. The fire and water dragon. Now, being that these were the energies of the last reading, we shall keep them up there for momentary enjoyment, but then I'm going to actually refresh and see what else we've got. But I wanted to show you what Patch Tarot cards came out as I was getting ready. Now, Patch Tarot is a deck I am intimately connected to and just so in love with. The Patch Tarot is the tarot deck at the heart of the mystery school that I'm a part of, where I'm learning to be a tarot master. And it's the most incredible deck, and we're doing some very deep work and wisdom and knowledge seeking and meditation on these cards at the moment. And today's card for all of us, all of my colleagues at school, is the Strength card, which in this deck is the number 9. It's a beautiful card of Leo. Sun in Leo. This is strength. So this is actually today's card for me. So I'm very much drawing on this beautiful strength energy from Leo. And The number 9 is my life path as well. It's interesting because in lots of other decks, the number 9 is the Hermit, and I am the Hermit, Virgo Trismegistus. And it's interesting actually that in this deck, because we've made some subtle but important changes, Jordan River has made these changes to the deck, the structure of the tarot. It's made strength or passion number 9, and it's made the Hermit number 10. And number 10 is a very awesome number as well. So I'm kind of all right about that. Except that for me, the other difference being is that most other decks, Strength or Leo, the Lion, is number 8. And for me, that's very significant because of the 8-8 Lionsgate portals. And the 8s are incredibly connected with our lion animal spirit guides, are all of the cat spirit guides and entities that exist. So as I was quickly shuffling, we got some incredible energy come out. So we got the moon straight away, which was divine, being that it is the Capricorn full moon and it is the lunar eclipse. And we got the Empress and the Emperor. I'm not joking. Emperor and Empress came out. Oops. Sorry, darlings, they're looking the wrong direction. The divine couple, divine masculine, divine feminine, coming out together on the night of mirroring the ancient lost world. So we have the Emperor and the Empress. We have the star. We have the star, which is Aquarius. And I should say that the moon is Pisces. The Emperor is Aries. And the Empress is our symbolic energy for Venus and water. We also had the Two of Discs. The Two of Discs, Two of Earth, representing change and shift. And the Hangman, we represent surrender. Shift, surrender, letting go, change. The star is just letting go to spirit. And then we had two fiery energies for the twin flame in all of our lives. The Prince of Wands, the Nine of Wands, endurance and visionary. You can see it. So endurance and visionary, the Nine of Wands, the Prince of Wands. Fiery Prince of Wands is on his way with the lion's strength. All this fire, and obviously the Emperor sitting here. It's fiery times. So this is, this is kind of, as always, very fascinating to see the energies that demand to play out and be part of this story. Every time we've pulled cards, they have been beautifully synchronistic with the energy that we're talking about right in that second. If they're not predicting and prophesizing what I'm about to say next, which they've done as well. I think the fact that we got the moon straight out, this was the actual first card that fell out when I was shuffling for this evening. The moon, which represents secrets coming out, truth being revealed, an understanding of things which have been hidden, illumination by the moon, illumination on an eclipse, which is funny because it's that one moment when the moon blots out the sun, which we might conceive of or believe at this point in our journey is just an illusion. It's just a trick of the eye. It's just the way the moon happens to line up right in our line of sight of the sun and blot it out. And yet when you think about the size difference of the moon and the sun, it's kind of crazy to think that the moon could do that. And it is only for a split second, but it's a powerful few seconds. The world, the structure of the world and the structure of reality is made up of these cycles. It is made up of these lunar eclipse events. It is made up of the cyclic, circular, seasonal changes that rotate around our planet without fail, never ending, in beautiful, beautiful, endless predictability. And the moon is so much about introspection, stepping into the darkness, stepping into that dark night, that moonlit night, is a symbolism for stepping into... I need to hear that every night before I try to sleep. I don't know what it was that I said, but I love that energy, Rick. Thank you. You can always play my videos back before you sleep. You can go along to my website actually, and you can watch all the 4 episodes that came before this at my website, which is bloomhealing.co.uk. And I have put that link in the description box downstairs, so you can have a look at all sorts of fun stuff on my website. But yeah, do go and have a look at the other episodes, because it really helps to add lovely layers to this story. So yeah, introspection is very much that going within, that inner journey, stepping into the darkness, i.e. closing your eyes and going in within yourself. Oh look, we've got 2 minutes left on Instagram, which means we've been going for an hour. Okay. I shall cut, as soon as that ends, I'll simply rejoin on Instagram. So don't worry, you won't miss a thing. Closing the eyes to bring in the darkness in order that you can find your inner light. The inner light that shines, the inner light that guides. So very beautiful. And I'm really feeling the strength energy of passion, of Leo. I have Leo in Jupiter. What was I going to do? I was going to maybe pull a Thoth card. Oh yeah, we were going to do one more moon card before we before we go intergalactic and take this at otherworldly, let's just hang out here on Earth for a minute and ask what other moon energies under this beautiful Capricorn full moon and lunar eclipse do you have to guide us through this journey, through this storytelling. Thank you so much. Beautiful mystic moon. Mysterious moon in our sky. And thank you for your energies. Whoa. Oh. Haha. Okay. Right. Let's just take... Yeah. So I'm just resetting IG. Okay. And we'll just call that F1, part 1. Post abbreviate, yeah, go. Okay. I believe that's okay now. I can go live again. Sorry for the hanging out. I'll show you what we got. We got wisdom and the unexpected. I'll just hold them each up like this. Wisdom and the unexpected. Okay, let's bring. Okay, I'm just bringing Insta back. Insta is back. Insta, you're back. Okay. So these are the two cards that we pulled from the moon. The Queen of the Moon Oracle deck is Wisdom number 22, which is my number, and the Unexpected, which is 43. And the first two cards we pulled were 4 and 3 as a 7, and we pulled the number 25, which is a 7. Lot of 7 energy. So we got the Wisdom 22, and we got the Unexpected 43. Beautiful. So weird. We got 4, 3, and 7 from this deck, and then we get 43, which makes 7 in the other deck, and 22 makes 4. So amazing. Amazing moon energies already. Very powerful. Very powerful indeed. So there's a sense of illumination and wisdom, incorporating new knowledge, incorporating new understanding. It's really interesting. The wisdom and the unexpected. I'm actually feeling like we should read those. I'm being called to read those. So let's do that. 22 is wisdom, and I forgot to check. Waning gibbous is wisdom, but the unexpected is a blue moon, which is a full moon. So we've actually got the full moon as the blue moon has come out. But we'll read that second because that came out second. Let's read 22, which is wisdom. And when I say 22 is my number, I mean that 22 is the number that's been leading me and guiding me on this whole journey. What led and helped my awakening, and has continued to be a very powerful number on my journey. So the fact that under this moon, the wisdom card in this deck is number 22. I just love that so much. Okay, so wisdom. Wisdom is more than mere knowledge. There may be something you aren't seeing and need to research more thoroughly. Wisdom is gathered, but it takes time. Learn from your experience. You might wish to ask the opinion of a wise mentor if you are uncertain. The affirmation is, I use my knowledge and experience to make wise decisions. It is often said that the body has its own innate wisdom. If healthy, it just knows what to do and does what it needs to help keep us alive and moving without thinking too much about it. Most of the time, we aren't aware of trying to keep our hearts beating or out of breathing when we're asleep. Similarly, we have this innate reasoning system, intuition, that allows us to get answers or receive information without conscious thinking. It's that feeling or hunch of information or insight that is just there. Some people believe this is the wisdom we receive from the gods, the very spark of the divine voice that is left within us. This is a very old kind of wisdom that sits in a very old part of the brain. Then there is the gathering of knowledge and experience and what we discern and learn from this. If the result has acuity, if it is successful in the real world and good in sense and perception, it's most probably wise. The getting of wisdom takes time usually, and we can be impatient for it. We might cut corners and not see the role we take in our own poor decision making. To me, though, as modern people, we have millennia of wisdom to assist us. Human history has some very wise people starring in it, and some not so wise. So we have plenty of examples from which to learn. Gathering wiser people around us, in fact, is one of the wisest things anyone can do. We cannot always know it all, and a wise mentor or friend can not only save us from a poor decision, but also demonstrate how to be wise if we aren't quite there yet. Your companion stone or metal is fluorite. So if you're really feeling that and wanting to connect deeper with your own wisdom, then fluorite is a really good crystal to align yourself with, to bring into your energy system, your energy body. Now, the unexpected, the blue moon. I mean, I love this. This is real, like twin flame union, soulmates, immortal beloveds coming into union under the 7, which is a number that we are going to get into tonight. The 7s are coming. The 7s are here. And did we have a 7 in there? They're appearing to me everywhere. Right, 43. This is the unexpected. And it's the penultimate one in the book. The last one is the supermoon, which is 44. This is the penultimate moon, the blue moon. That moment just before you reach the end. Not quite the end, but we are teetering on the precipice of a cycle. So it's the penultimate moon, the blue moon. The unexpected. No matter how well you plan, there is always room for the unexpected to occur. Build your resilience, as rare occurrences can happen. A visitor you have not seen in a long time may re-enter your life. Your affirmation is, I trust in myself and in life. I trust in myself and in life. In old farmers' almanacs, a blue moon was described as the third full moon in a season that has 4 full moons. The newer and now more accepted description is that a blue moon is when there are 2 full moons in one calendar month. Either way, it is a rare occurrence and has inspired the saying, once in a blue moon, when describing an event or behavior that only happens rarely. The energy and power of the blue moon can be best taken advantage of by setting intentions on these moons of things, by setting intentions on these moons on things that you really want but have never felt could really happen. I refer to those big wishes, the almost miracle stuff that we would be both delighted and surprised about if it really manifested. After setting blue moon intentions, though, don't sit there hoping it will just happen. Try to take clear, practical steps towards these big, seemingly far away intentions and help the universe along. Some of us love surprises, some of us don't. But I don't think anyone can go through life without sometimes having the unexpected happen to them. While some professions in particular, such as the military and medicine, try to plan for everything that could go wrong, life sometimes finds a way to outsmart the most thorough of plans. This is simply life. Although it is important for us to know where, how, and why we are traveling down a particular path. We should always make room for and expect the unexpected. A companion stone is bentonite, a very rare blue gem. A very rare blue gem. Just like that blue moon in the sky. And it's interesting that full moons are traditionally what we call wisdom moons. The new moon at the beginning of the month is a manifestation moon, and it is during these times, I'll show you my little lunar phases. So it is during these new moons where we talk about manifesting. We have like renewing, recharging, creating, new beginnings and intentions. And actually, when we get to the full moon, we talk about incorporating and integrating the wisdom of that month and that moon, and that's why we call it a wisdom moon. And we talk about, manifestation, where you're actually manifesting what you put into intention at the beginning. Culmination, amplifying, the harvest and the celebration. So I love that actually, even though it's a full moon, we got wisdom. Or is it a full moon tomorrow? Is it a full moon tomorrow? You know what? It might actually, is it the new moon tomorrow? Well, either way, we're getting a lot of energy that this is definitely a full moon. So I might stand corrected on that. However, I thought that was really lovely energy. Very synchronistic as to what we've been talking about. So let's refresh some of the energy from last time. So I'm going to kind of put the patch cards on one side. And let's refresh the dragon energy. And let's get a card from Thoth. Oh, and let's get a... I've got some new decks, so I'm really kind of hoping to share some of that with you. And the twin flames of the Emperor and the Empress are going to go up. Hi guys, great to see new people watching. I'm going to put those divine counterparts together. They are going to sit there. And then the next cards I think we shall pull. Thoth Tarot wants to be pulled. Okay. And I want to then pull one from the Wisdom of Lemuria. The Wisdom Beyond Lemuria. So let me just do that. Okay. So Beyond Lemuria. Obviously, it was at the bottom. Of course it is. Just have a quick sip of water. Okay. Right, Thoth Tarot, beautiful Thoth. This is where it all began. We were just so channeling this Thoth energy. Thoth and Bast. My Egyptian counterparts, my Egyptian spirits. Thoth and Bast, thank you for all of your beautiful wisdom throughout this journey. From the word go, from the word dot to this point. And we've reached the mirroring episode, number 5. So what energy do you want to bring in tonight for us to enjoy and enjoin into the fabric of the story? Whoa, that was very clear. The Prince of Wands has come out again. Love it. Prince of Wands, he's in a fiery chariot. He's in a fiery chariot, no less. In both pictures. And in both pictures, the chariot is pulled by a lion. The lion's strength, the passion of the fire. The Prince of Wands from Patch, the Prince of Wands from Thoth. And we also have the 9 of Wands and Strength. This is all about new fiery beginnings, new fiery plans, new fiery relationships, very passionate fiery relationships. Prince of Wands. I mean, this is fast energy moving towards you right now. This is all energy that is moving directly, either whistling through your front garden as we speak, or on its way to you in a very, very fast, determined, focused fashion. Like laser sight laser focus. Nothing is steering this energy off its course. And it's funny, it kind of sat itself in between the fire and water dragon and the moon card. Prince of Wands. So, Wands energy is Leo, Aries, Sagittarius. We have the Nine of Wands, which is Sagittarius. We have the 9 of the major arcana in this deck. The 9 and the 9. And the 4 and the 5 add up to a 9 in the Emperor and the Empress. Oh my gosh. 9, because in this deck the Emperor is 5 and the Empress is 4. Sorry, other way around. The Empress is 5, the Emperor is 4. Adds to a 9. These are 9s. 9, 9, 9. So we've had a lot of 7s come out. We've had a lot of 9s come out. And it's so interesting because I have a story to tell you about 7 and 9. Spirit's just leading the way in a beautiful way. Okay. Let's just see if Thoth has anything else. Sorry, wrong deck. Easy to get myself overexcited with too many decks on the table. What have I done with the box? It's there. Okay, let's just take a breather and put some cards away for a sec. And Thoth gave us that very beautiful card, that very clear message of the Prince of Wands. Is there anything else, Thoth, that you want to bring to the table? That was human error. That was human error. I am seeing some beautiful cards that jumped out face up. The Knight of Cups. There's some amazing ones there, but too many. So the Knight of Cups is now sitting on the other side of the Prince of Wands with this fire and water dragon in the middle. So we now have the masculine energy of fire and we have the feminine energy of water, represented by the Knight, banking, bookending the fire and water dragon. Knight of Cups represented by Cancerians, specifically, but also Scorpio and Pisces. Pisces and Cancer have an incredible connection with the moon. The moon card is Pisces and Cancer is ruled by the moon. And the Knight of Cups is represented by Cancer here. And the Prince of Wands is represented by Leo. But all of the fire signs and all of the water signs are here. We've actually got a little bit of earth, very little earth, and a little bit of air. So we had the beautiful Aquarius star card. My little cat just come in. Interesting. It was funny, like I was about to put those dragon cards away, and as I pulled them out and just laid them on the table ready to put them away, these cards have just fallen out into this beautiful symmetry, mirroring. I'm just going to hold that up again because it's just so nice as an image. It's really interesting. So this is, again, you know, this Knight of Cups. This is an energy of love. You know, the cups are water, the cups are emotion. The Knight brings a cup of love, of deep emotion, going at this speed, the passionate Prince of Wands speed. And the Prince of Wands can be quite a naughty player type energy. You know, if you just get the Prince of Wands, and we did get the Prince of Wands twice, and that can be quite an unstable energy, bit of a player, bit of a in and out, not really there sort of for the long haul. But the fact that it's followed so quickly by this beautiful Knight of Cups, it shows that actually what's coming with this passionate approach is actually a lot of love. There's a lot of love coming between these two energies. And that you could have two separate energies coming. You could have a water sign and a fire sign that you're dealing with. So an Aries, Sagittarius, or Leo is fire, or the water signs would be Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpio. You could be dealing with two different people. This could be you. You could be the fire sign and you're dealing with a water sign, or vice versa, obviously. But I did get that initial feeling that actually this is the same person. This is the same energy that's approaching you, approaching us, approaching all of us. And that it's bathed in this loving energy. It's just hella passionate, really really, really attractive energy. I just love that forward movement, that, you know, that can't leave, you know, can't stay away any longer kind of energy. So let's put those two up as a beautiful synchronicity. Oh, I did that last time with my little thingy. Can I remember how to fix it? Well, I probably can't do it right this second, so I won't worry about it. Okay. So I'm really loving this. So we've now got the Emperor and the Empress representing fire and water. And we've got these representing fire and water, mirroring. I think it's time. Yeah. The Emperor can be seen by, there we go. Facebook, you can see the Empress. Instagram, you can see the Emperor. And YouTube, you can see these ones. Okay. Okay. So clearly the fire and the water dragon is so crazy, because now I look at these dragons again. We've got the fire and the water dragon, and then we've got a flame dragon and a water dragon side by side. So we've now got these two individual dragons together embodied in this one card. So it's kind of like they're saying to me, no, you can't put us away. We are central to this story. So funny. Transmuting the old around you with wisdom and grace helps you flow easily around obstacles, enables your life to flow with loving force. I mean, it's just the flow of energy, isn't it? It's just all talking about that flow of energy, whether that's that fiery, passionate flow, igniting of inspiration, or letting those emotions flow, letting your emotions flow like water, letting how you feel flow to the surface and come out and be released and expressed, because that's its ultimate destiny. Okay, there's a new deck that I've got that I just have to pull one more card, and then I want to show you some stuff, because where are we in time? It's 1.5 hours in. So those, thank you so much for those beautiful energies. I'm delighted as always. Let's I made something yesterday. I'm going to attempt to try and fix that now. So I made something yesterday. Okay, let's do this. I'm kind of building up to this because I need to stand up and kind of show you something, but let's do it now. Let's bring it into the story. I'm just going to tidy up the space a little bit. Okay, so this is what I want to show you. Hang on, I haven't gone anywhere, guys. I'm just doing this. Okay. And okay. Okay. So this is what I wanted to show you. I made the solar system yesterday. Dun, 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 dun. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? Okay, so I'll show you. We'll go through and I'll show you. I want to tell you a little bit about this story. When I talk about the mirroring of things going on in the universe, I talk about that because everything that is happening down here in the 3D plane, in the 3D the 3 dimension, the third density, is actually happening at the level of the planet and the level of the solar system as well, in a direct, beautiful, identical mirror image. And there is this amazing story that I want to show you, and I've tried to illustrate it here by bringing these. Hang on, one of these is getting a bit stuck. So let's go round first of all, and I'll show you which planet is which. Okay. So this in the middle is the sun. Okay. So the one in the middle is the sun, the one that looks like a donut. And then we'll start from, so this is Mercury. Okay. Little silver and grey one is Mercury. Then we have Venus. Then we have Earth and our moon. That's Earth with our little moon. Then we have Mars. Then we have, this is the asteroid belt next to Mars, in between Mars and Jupiter. And these two little satellites here are Vesta and Ceres, the two largest objects in the asteroid belt. This is Jupiter. This is Saturn. We talked about Saturn quite a lot at the beginning, around karma, Chronos. This is Uranus, the big blue one. And this purple one is Neptune. And this little one, and this little one is Pluto. Now, the story I want to show you is to do with this asteroid belt that sits in between Mars and Venus. And not a lot of people, talk about this, or certainly don't teach us this in schools. And it could be because there's just so little understanding. But actually there was a great event. I'm going to call it an event in space, in our dark, distant past. And I say dark as in like far, far away, in a galaxy far, far away. And actually, the asteroid belt was created as the remnants and the debris of a planet that had existed between Mars and Jupiter. And there are many names given for these different these planets and these different characters, but for the purposes of my story, I am going to be using the terms Tiamat and Marduk. So Tiamat was this planet that was in between Mars and Jupiter, a sister to Jupiter, big planet. And this other planet came in from outside of our solar system, very potentially, careering off course from its own events that it had been through, and it found its way careering towards our solar system, and it crashed into. So if we call this planet that was coming towards us Marduk, it crashed into Tiamat and obliterated Tiamat into 11 pieces, and bits that sailed off into the rest, into outer space. But also it left the whole debris of that planet circulating forever in the asteroid belt. And the two largest pieces of that planet are still remaining as Ceres and Vesta. Ceres is the bigger one, slightly bigger. Vesta is the smaller one. And we have all this kind of sense of all this feminine energy from Tiamat. And we'll go back and we'll look at Tiamat shortly about this deeply significant feminine energy from our real origins. And so there was this beautiful planet that was destroyed, and it created this huge kind of gap, this chasm between Mars and Jupiter. And it's interesting because now I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about Mars as the divine masculine sitting next to Tiamat as he does, because I have this other piece of the story, you see, because Mars and Venus are traditionally, certainly as far as my deep understanding of this is, they are like the divine masculine, the divine feminine. We've all heard of the book Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. Deeply masculine energy of Mars, the deeply feminine aspect of Venus, which is deeply connected to the moon. And I actually believe that Pluto, if you look at all these big planets here, if you look at sort of like, you know, we've got Mercury, then Venus, then the Earth, then Mars, all quite small planets. And actually, even though Pluto's sitting over here, all these planets are in order going further and further and further back into space. And it's really odd that Pluto is Pluto sits at the very furthest point behind Neptune. And it's this tiny, 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 tiny planet in comparison to these gas giants of Uranus and Neptune, which are big, billowing gas giants that can exist out in these far reaches of space. So how is it that Pluto has ended up being like the furthest out? And it's funny because I'm kind of thinking of it like he was out on the naughty step. But there's a really interesting thing about Pluto, and that is that he is the only planet that's actually spinning in the opposite direction. He's actually spinning in an opposite direction to us, as if he got knocked off his trajectory somehow and was left forever spinning in the opposite direction and caught in that orbit and unable to return. But I kind of feel like, if I think about this twin flame energy and this twin flame journey of union and twin flames and separation, first of all, from the perspective of Mars and Venus, I feel like Pluto was actually much, much closer to Venus. More likely, he was sitting on the other side. Now, if you go into the Babylonian record, the ancient Assyrian, Babylonian, Sumerian record of what I'm describing to you, this isn't all from my imagination. This is a real legend of our origins that is told through very ancient scripture in lots of different ways. And you can go and research this and find this all out. But there are various interpretations that we have to make about that, about who these different individuals were and what they represented. But I kind of feel like Pluto was actually in amongst these small planets, smaller planets like Venus and Mars. And I kind of feel like Mars and Pluto were vying for the attentions of Venus. And, you know, there was this bit of a love triangle, bit of a karmic third wheel, third party situation going on. Maybe Venus was in love with Pluto and Mars. Maybe she was playing them off against each other. Maybe she hadn't even made a choice and the men were just fighting over her, trying to fight to the death to win the female, which is actually what happens with all other species and mammals in nature. The males will fight head to head to become the head of the tribe, head of the pack. It happens throughout nature. So of course it would happen on a celestial, solar systemic level as well. But what I believe happened is like, so we've got this kind of like maybe even Pluto and Venus were like madly in love and Mars was really jealous and he intervened or whatever, but there was something going on. And then there is this huge impact from this planet that comes in from outside, and it's really interesting. I'm literally just kind of having a download as I'm doing this. This is the first time I've ever, you know, brought out this story and tried to explain it. So please bear with me while I try and bring it out in the right way. But I'm really, so let me finish that section and I'll show you where my thought process is taking me now. So Tiamat gets obliterated by this spinning out of control planet that comes bursting into our lovely little family of planets. And not only does Marduk end up breaking, obliterating her into loads of planets, loads of little mini planets, and creating the asteroid belt, it also blew up Mars's atmosphere. And I think that probably the force of something coming in so close in between, you know, like it took Tiamat out, like she was obliterated. So it's quite acceptable to think that a small planet like Mars just was totally in the firing line, and Mars has no atmosphere. We know that Mars used to be a planet just like the Earth. It used to be a water planet. We very much pull a lot of water energy down with Mars. We know that Mars is a water planet, even though it's the red planet, even though it's considered the red planet, and so people associate that with fire. It's actually only red because it's got no atmosphere. Now, the atmosphere on planet Earth is actually that beautiful gold, that beautiful kind of blue ring around the outside of the planet, which you can see from footage of the planet from space. You can see this beautiful icy blue ring around the edge, and actually that is the ionosphere that protects us from the radiation of the sun. It protects us from being like grilled and melted by the sun. It's an incredibly powerful field. And when this major event in space happened, Mars was so close to the impact that its atmosphere got blown away. And I also think that Pluto, who had been snuggling up to Venus at this point, quite possibly in between Venus and the Earth, Pluto had been snuggling up. It's possible Pluto and Mars were next to each other. They were best buddies, best of mates. And of course they fell for the same woman. Oldest story in the world. But when Marduk came in and obliterated Tiamat and took out Mars's atmosphere, it also knocked Pluto like a billiard ball and knocked him spinning out into outer space, where he eventually came to rest probably pulled back into safety by the huge gravitational pull of Neptune before he went out into oblivion. And he sits right behind Neptune. So it's almost like she caught him in a tractor beam. And that's where he's remained, but spinning in the opposite direction to all of the other planets, which is unlikely to have been his intended orbiting axis. If all the other planets go one way, it's a good bet that Pluto originally went the same way. So we can see through these like really interesting aspects that still exist in our solar system as to what actually happened a really long time ago. Like this asteroid belt, you know, you can go and look at anything online about our solar system and you'll see that between Mars and Jupiter is this asteroid belt. And it's this big gap. It's this big gap. And what is the asteroid belt? Oh, well, maybe it's just all these rocks floating around. Well, actually, it is the remains, the ruins of a planet. And these beautiful satellites, which people think are just innocuous rocks of Ceres and Vesta, are remaining feminine energies from the Tiamat planet. And so from the one perspective, you've got, let's say Pluto and Venus had been the real star-crossed lovers, like Romeo and Juliet. When all of this happens and Pluto gets sent hurtling across out into outer space, put forever into separation from his twin flame Venus, and left in the clutches of Mars. And Mars and Venus then go on to have this really connected future. She becomes the Lady of Battles, and Mars becomes the King of Battles. She is also the Queen of Love, but she is also the Lady of Battles. She may have had a lot to fight off in this time. Now, there is one other dimension to this, which is also brought through in the stories of the Sumerian and the Babylonian history. And that is actually, when they talk about this in the scripture, when all the translations go through, they say the earth was not yet born. The earth was not yet born. Now, so you know, that was talking to the fact that the planets emerged and evolved at different times. They didn't all come out they didn't all emerge and appear simultaneously at the same moment. Like the different energies of the originating planets brought forth the planets that were to come later. So that's why we talk about Uranus being the grandfather. To Uranus is like the grandfather. He's like father to Saturn, and Jupiter is the son of Saturn. And Ceres and Tiamat were the sisters of Jupiter. So it's kind of like, and it very much relates back to the Tree of Life, the Kabbalah, where the originating higher energies bring forth manifesting the energies that follow. The compound, combining, integrated energies of those that came before. So and these theories talk about, and they say that this all happened in space before the planet Earth was born. Which is really interesting when you think about, I'll just hold that up because I can't always see those with all the comments. Thank you, Rick, for checking it's a full moon. I love you. Yes, of course it's the full moon. That's what the cards are telling me. I'm never wrong. It's just great to get this confirmation. That sounded so big-headed. I'm never wrong. I know that I know nothing. That's all I know, as I know nothing. So if you look at the proximity of Earth and our moon to where all of this like Star Wars intergalactic planet destroying, planet hurtling energy took place, look at where the Earth and the moon are. You know, they are in direct line and sight of Mars, who lost his watery surface and became an arid red bit of a dead planet. He's not dead at all, but his atmosphere on the surface is very, very different, which is why when we talk about colonizing Mars, when we in the 21st century talk about colonizing Mars, it's all about how do we resurrect and sustain a breathable atmosphere on Mars, because it doesn't have one. And we would die, like in Total Recall, that amazing film. Having a breathable atmosphere is the whole issue. And around Mars, everything else around Mars will sustain life. And there will still be so much water held inside the planet. But it's just the breathable atmosphere on the surface. So I really like this idea that if the Earth hadn't existed at that point, and yet here it appears out of the instances where Tiamat explodes, leaving behind this beautiful asteroid belt full of feminine energy, two very clear feminine orbs of Ceres and Vesta, and potentially the planet Earth, which we all recognize as a feminine energy, and the moon, which is a feminine energy because it's about water, and water is a feminine energy. The moon controls all the water on our planet. It controls our subconscious. It controls that deep well of emotion within. The mirroring image of the moon in our sky is also our left eye. It is our connection with our past. Sorry, left eye. It is our connection with our past, our subconscious, our emotions, our inner self, our intuition. So all of these are the feminine energies. So I really like this, you know, for me, this is how I'm going to tell the story. This is a theory, this is an idea, this is my interpretation, but it's, for me, one of the most exciting aspects of understanding our true beginnings. And I've been, you know, pondering on this for so long, and you know, talking about this story and bringing it out into the world. And yesterday, was it yesterday? The day before, I just decided, let's just make the solar system, because it helps to explain it. You know, it helps to actually see the proximity of where things are. So I really hope you've liked seeing all the planets. I'll twizzle them round for you one more time. And we might come back to it again, because each of the planets represents one of our chakras. And each of the chakras appear in the body and the planet Earth and the solar system. So this is another mirroring of that energy that I wanted to show you. These are not pure coincidences that there's this mirroring going on. This is all kind of part of the intelligent design that exists. So I'm just going to pop this somewhere safe for a second. Bear with me. I just need to unhook the moon. Said nobody ever until now. Okay. I'm really proud of my little design skills, having pulled that off. And talked about it. Talked about it with some coherence, I hope. because this is a cool story and I don't want it to get lost in translation or just be kind of so out there. Like, I know it's out there for a lot of people. There will be some people online with me right now being like, yeah, I know exactly what she's talking about. She's on it. And other people that are just going, what? So, you know, I get that. This is stuff that not, you know, we just haven't been opened to yet. And that's very much sort of what I hope my journey and my mission and my purpose is, to help illuminate some of these wonderful ideas. Not to say to you that this is exactly what happened or this is what is going on, but these are the energies. These are the energies that are playing out. And what you do and how you choose to interact and channel and be at one with these energies is totally up to you. You can just resist it all and just decide that none of it is relevant to you. That there's nothing more. There's that there, you know, if you're going to take a view and be purely scientific, then a lot of scientific views take the approach that this is all one big coincidence. Everything that exists, evolution, is all one big coincidence. And there is no real meaning in any of it. It's just a few interactions between elements that create. I've got 42 seconds to go on Instagram, so I'm just kind of seems like I've got my sister-in-law watching on both platforms. Hi, Linda. How you doing, darling? You seem to be watching like on Facebook and on Instagram, which is like an awesome trick. You have to show me how you did that. I'm not losing my train of thought. But yeah, basically mirroring. And I was talking about, like, so, okay, let's just do this again. So we've just officially reached 2 hours. I'm just going to bring us into yeah, that's great. Okay, so EP1, nope. Oh, do you know what I've done? I've gone and put EP1 on the previous video, and that was a mistake. It's episode 5, part 2 now. Damn it, doesn't matter. Maybe I can go back and amend IG video later. Part 2. Anyway, let's do. Okay, great. That's uploading. Okay. So, you know, there are some very purist, materialist, reductionist scientists that believe this is all one big scientific chemical explosion going on, and there's no actual real meaning to any of it. Whereas there are others of us on a more spiritual path that recognize and understand and embrace the beauty of the other view, that actually everything happens for a reason. Everything is predestined. Everything is meant to be. You're meant to be here listening to this story right now. And there is endless, bottomless, never-ending spiritual meaning behind everything that is happening. Every breath that you take, hang on, let's just get Insta back. Okay. Insta, you're here with me again, yay. So I believe in a world that's full of meaning and full of beautiful, intelligent design from the solar system down to the planet, down to this human body. And all this sacred feminine energy that we've been exploring throughout these 5 episodes is my personal quest to understand why the sacred feminine has been kind of cast aside, cast into the darkness again and again, repeatedly, on so many levels, throughout our history, throughout our common day, 21st century world. And it's funny, but I've actually learned a lot and got a lot of reassurance and clarity by exploring down this path and trying to uncover what we know about sacred feminines in our mythological, mystical history. And the more we've explored it, the more we've come up with, the more rocks we've overturned to find another aspect of the sacred feminine has been downtrodden, beaten down, controlled, manipulated. And when we realize that actually each human being, whatever gender you're born, doesn't matter, whatever sexual organs you have, has no bearing on the fact that actually internally your spirit, your soul is masculine and feminine joined together. And this is absolutely true and absolutely, you know, kind of the core driving aspect of everything in nature. Everything in nature comes together through this fusion of the masculine and the feminine. They cannot exist without the other. They are the yin to each other's yang. They are the hot to each other's cold. They are the fire to each other's water. It is their union that gives them their most power. They are incredibly powerful independently, fire and water, masculine and feminine. But actually it's in their unity that they are at their most explosive, their most expansive, their most creative. You know, it is how children are born. It is through that that unity of male and female reproductive cells coming together and fusing to make another human being. And so we think about this kind of castigation, the rape and pillage of female kind, of womankind, throughout the ages, right up into present day. And it's so destructive when we recognize that actually, if we all hold the masculine and the feminine inside each of us, then we've been betraying the feminine within each of us this whole time. And I'm not just talking about the male gender being the persecutor of all women, but that is a large part of our story. That's a large part of our experience. So let's kind of like do a little trip down memory lane and have a look at some of the feminine attributes, the feminine archetypes that we've been exploring. And I'll do kind of like a quick crash course. Speaking of crashing, like Tiamat was crashed into. And I'll show you okay. So we talked a little bit about lots of these different characters. So I'm going to show you some pics. I hope you can see them. I know it's a bit far away, but let's just sort of go with what we can see. So this is Lilith. Lilith was the, this is Lilith drawn as the dark side of the moon. Black moon Lilith is a placement in your astrological birth chart. It is the dark side of the moon. So we never ever see. So you will have an astrological position of the moon. Mine is Taurus. I have moon in Taurus. So I have a very Taurian energy guiding my moon intuitive inner self. Bull in a china shop just came to mind. I like that. But actually, the moon energy that we all recognize and talk about in our astrological chart is the front side of the moon. We never see the dark side of the moon, ever. That album by Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, was referencing the fact that our moon doesn't spin in the same way. It does spin and rotate. It does this little dance as it rotates, but it always keeps its backside facing the sun, which, now, it's not dark side of the moon from the sun's perspective, because the sun is always shining on it. So it's actually the light side of the moon to the sun, and the sun and the moon are always facing each other in this perspective forever, cyclically, forever and ever. Unlike the Earth, which spins on its axis perfectly. But the moon is always hiding this dark side of the moon. And it's incredibly mysterious. Like, what is going on the dark side of the moon? No one knows, because we can't see it. We never see it. Now, we do have satellites, amazing astronauts and astronomers, and NASA have satellites now looking at the dark side of the moon. But there's a lot of hidden secrets there still to be, revealed to us. NASA are holding all sorts of secrets that they aren't showing and sharing with the world. And likewise, they're also doing things to forward our understanding of astrology and astronomy. It was NASA themselves that confirmed that Ophiuchus was a genuine part of our zodiac, of the constellations, and should be accepted as the 13th zodiac. Ophiuchus was here. Ophiuchus is the serpent bearer here, the twin snakes wrapped around the ankh, or the rod of Asclepius, which is a representation of the human body, the Kundalini snake running up and down the chakras. But that's the 13th zodiac sign. And Cetus, who I've also brought in to our understanding, I've put as the 14th zodiac sign, because this sea monster energy appears again and again and again, and yet it's not been included in our zodiac clock, in our zodiac wheel that we recognize and reflect on in the Western Hemisphere, in the Western world. Western Hemisphere, that's interesting. I mean the Western world, but Western Hemisphere is very interesting in terms of how my mind works. So we're talking about the dark side of the moon. Oh yeah, and the zodiac. And I'm an astrologer. I'm very, very, very attuned to this world. But I have to reflect the fact that there's a lot of male energy in our zodiac constellations that we accept as the 12. Very little feminine energy. There is Virgo. She is the only true feminine that exists single-handedly, independently. I'm Virgo. I have 3 planets in Virgo. Well, I have the Sun and Mercury and Saturn in Virgo, which makes me a grand trine in Earth and Virgo Trismegistus. So you have to go and look that up if what I'm saying to you sounds like gobbledygook. Because we ain't got time to go through everything every time. So apologies if I'm losing some people. It's not my intention. But I was trying to illuminate the fact that our beautiful zodiac has all this feminine energy just kind of missing, like just not there. Like, why is there so much masculine energy? Where are all the feminines? Now, you've got Gemini, which is represented by the twins. So there, you've got the masculine and the feminine. Great. And you've also got Aquarius, which is the water carrier. Water, very feminine. Okay, so there's some more feminine energy. And also you've got Pisces, which is 2 fish, and fish is water. And, you know, so there is that element of feminine energy going through the zodiac. But I really felt like there were these massive sections overlooked, denied, hidden from view. And that as soon as I pulled on that thread, it started to unravel. And it's like, well, why has it been hidden? Why has it been overlooked? Why has it been shoved into the corner? Why has baby been put into the corner? And it's interesting when you start asking those questions, what that then starts to reveal, and, you know, the journey that leads you on. And it's like, as soon as I started to unravel, the whole thing just opened right up. So, you know, we're seeing this disappearance. Let's call it a disappearance of the feminine from the solar system. Tiamat is exploded, sending her precious orbs of her body, what was left of her, into the asteroid belt and potentially into creating other spheres of feminine energy. But even though her planet was obliterated, that energy still very much exists. And Ceres and Vesta, who are the largest, and we're talking very large, possibly on a par with our moon, maybe smaller, but, you know, possibly larger than our moon. In fact, possibly way larger than our moon. These energies are not just dead rocks in the atmosphere. They're not just ancient debris that has no impact and influence. In fact, they have a great influence over all of us. And so I'm trying to kind of draw down and reintegrate and reintroduce this beautiful feminine energy that has been obliterated from the solar system, but is there, hidden and veiled from us, and show how that reflects down on the sort of physical plane. So we've got Lilith as the dark side of the moon. Now, Lilith is the dark side of the moon, but actually in the 3D, in reality, she was the woman before Eve. She was the woman that God ordained would be Adam's partner. It wasn't Adam and Eve to start with, it was Adam and Lilith. And Lilith is this beautiful creature, often depicted with red hair throughout history, who was ordered by God, by spirit, to be second to Adam, to kind of, you know, that he would be first, he would be the alpha, and she would have to stand in his shadow and walk behind him. And you know, this is all in the Bible as well. You know, God says to Lilith, you need to lie beneath Adam. which has lots of different connotations. And she turns around and says to him, well, no, I'm not going to lie beneath Adam. I'm going to be an independent woman in my own right, and I'm going to be just as equal as Adam. And we've got some, I'll come back to that. So there's a picture of Lilith with the red hair. And here's a picture of Lilith in the Garden of Eden. So, and what's so interesting is that Spirit or God decreed that that wasn't on. She wasn't to be, you know, her standing up and being like, well, no, actually, I'm going to be on equal footing. I'm going to be equal terms with the man. There's no reason I have to play second fiddle. I'm going to be an independent woman, and I'm going to speak my mind, and I'm going to speak my truth. And you can't make me do otherwise. And she epitomizes for me the first mutterings of free will. She epitomizes for me the first instances, the first inkling of someone standing up for themselves and choosing to do what's right for them. And hence free will was born. Even though all of this is predestined, and even though it could all be written and fated to go in a certain direction, we all have that free will to choose how things are going to go. We all have the power to choose one way or another and choose to channel that energy in a different way. So Lilith, you know, Lilith is kind of like passed over then, like pushed into the corner and not disappeared. She's just allowed to kind of exist, but she's no longer going to be part of this holy story. They needed Eve to be the little woman, the one who could be manipulated and controlled and would be subservient, that subservient energy. And so Eve was introduced. But what I love about this image is Lilith is talking to the snake. The snake has kind of come down, the word of spirit, the messenger from spirit, to explain what's meant to be. You know, God doesn't generally stand out there and give instructions. He has his people do it for him. So the snake has come down into the Garden of Eden to explain, you know, situation. And it's like Lilith is having a right word with him and telling him what for. And she's mirrored in the background by this couple of Eve and Adam. And it's beautiful. So I kind of see, like, even though they are represented as the individual versions of Adam's mate, you know, two individual women, actually for me, they're almost like the two sides, the two halves, the masculine, powerful, giving voice to their emotions and their desires and their intentions. And masculine energy is Lilith, that free will, that active, fiery, passionate power. And then the more nurturing, calming, grounded, earthy, feminine, water energy of Eve. And it's kind of like, you know, Eve was granted free will before Adam. Eve was granted awakening before Adam. Eve was given the apple of knowledge before Adam. She gives everything to the masculine. The feminine is the awakened one first. So it's kind of like, even though Lilith was kind of pushed into the corner, the gift that she gives to Eve at the beginning is to give her this reminder that actually you have a voice and you have your own free will. And you can exercise that. And you are the one that's going to give all this knowledge to the masculine. The unfortunate thing is that the masculine, once he gathers all this knowledge, he uses it to then try and overcome and overthrow the feminine, and has been trying to do that ever since. But let me just quickly take you back. A couple of quick other images. So we're still on Lilith. So this image here is actually from Anato Finstark. This is Lilith holding up the moon, but it reminded me so much of Pan's Labyrinth. And you'll remember this image from Pan's Labyrinth, which is exact mirroring of that Lilith image, which is all about the reflection. You know, there's 2 chakras in our hands, the 2 chakras in our eyes, bringing them together, bringing in the harmony to bring the enlightenment. So I'll whiz quickly through these. So we've got Lilith. This is Lilith and Eve. This is Lilith giving Eve wisdom. If you look, Eve looks really kind of like lost babe in the woods, like in pain, in fear, in trauma, and it's like she's got this inner self, this inner wisdom, this inner guidance calming her, breathing new life into her. You know, she's breathing the apple of knowledge. Breathing the apple of knowledge into the mind of Eve, and imbuing Eve with this sense of inner strength, inner power, her intuition. And here is Lilith as the serpent, or Lilith wrapped around the serpent. So another aspect of the story that I've reflected on is that the serpent and Lilith could well be one and the same archetype. The one that gave the knowledge to Eve was not necessarily the snake, but actually Lilith as the snake. And then we've got Lilith in the tree of life as the serpent, and here is Adam and Eve on each side. So we've kind of got Lilith with the serpent, Lilith as the serpent, and here again Lilith as the serpent, and kind of becoming part of the tree of life. Now, going through, let's look at the sea monster, so Cetus. So Cetus is the zodiac sign that I was just showing you, the beautiful sea monster that appears through so much of our ancient scripture. It comes with so many names. I ran out of the amount of space to write all the names, but some of them are remembered as the Leviathan, the Rahab, Jonah and the whale, Tiamat, Tam, the Tannin monster, you know, the fiery dragon of ancient China and the Far East is deeply connected to our ideas of the serpent and the sea monster. So we have here Perseus killing Cetus, the sea monster. We have another Perseus killing Cetus. We have Tiamat, or the winged feminine, represented as a flying creature like a bee or a butterfly or an eagle or a phoenix or a spaceship or an intergalactic flying machine. And then we have 2 images of Tiamat. Now I'll take this one out because it'll be a bit easier to see. And it all comes back to Tiamat. So Tiamat, remember, is the planet that got obliterated, this energy from outer space. Well, here is her lifeblood on Earth living avatar. This is Tiamat. This is the sea monster. And this is a Neo-Assyrian cylinder seal impression from the 8th century BC. So that's 800 years BC. So that's 2,820 years ago. And this is the slaying of Tiamat, the Tam monster, and the Thalassa. And the Thalassa is another representation of salt water. And the Tum, the Thalate comes from the Greek, which is the primordial goddess of the sea. She was known as Tam in Akkadian and Tiamat in Babylonian. So there's a slaying of Tiamat. If you think about, we've had the killing of Tiamat in the solar system. Now we've got the slaying of Tiamat on the earth. And then this picture on the other side is Tiamat imagined through Dungeons and Dragons, which is absolutely amazing. And Tiamat in Dungeons and Dragons is a 5-headed monster. The 5-headed sea monster was Tiamat. And if you go into the into the legend behind the Tiamat monster in Dungeons and Dragons, each of her heads is a different color because it represents one of the different elements of the planet. Each and every single thing that is created in our universe is a composite of the elements, the 5 elements. So that's fire, water, earth, air, and ether. And each of Tiamat's heads represents one of the elements. It represents one of the platonic solids, the underlying sacred geometry that defines the elements. So Tiamat represents all of the elements coming together as one. So she represents, hi guys, she represents the origins of all things. She kind of represents the universe. She is the beginnings, the sacred origins of everything. But she is represented as the saltwater goddess. So she's kind of like, everything that existed in the primordial seas was the salt water and the fresh water. And it was the combining and the unifying and the union of the salt and the fresh water from which everything else was designed and evolved out of that combination. And so Tiamat holds the energy of all things, but in the feminine. And she holds in that the salty element, and the masculine holds the masculine element. And the masculine element in the story was called Apsu. Apsu or Apsu. Some know that as the sun and the sun's impact on water and the combinations that makes, the states the transitional states that creates, the effect of the sun on water, the effect of heat on water, or lack of heat on water, is what pushes water through these dynamic changes from steam to water to ice. And so it's an impactful relationship always of the yin on the yang that creates energy being created in out of that union. So we started our story looking at Medusa, looking at the story and the legend of how Medusa, as she was decapitated by Perseus, out of the decapitated head, born of the blood of Medusa, like her children, were these twins. These twins that were Chrysaor, the brother, and Pegasus, the winged horse. And, you know, Medusa was left as a decapitated creature, this creature that had been raped and assaulted, and then stigmatized and traumatized and manipulated and used as a weapon and exploited for the rest of her days. Right, you know, to the point where I feel this energy still reigns really strongly and still reigns really powerfully in our understanding and our history of the feminine. This terrible misalignment and misrepresentation of a beautiful feminine spirit manipulated and pushed beneath the masculine energy. And then everyone told lies and gossip about her, and everyone believed it. And she was maligned forever to live this cursed life. And I had another couple of Medusa here. This is the Caravaggio Medusa. And this is like quite a scary Medusa, all done in metal. And just going quickly back, so interestingly, even though a lot of the, you know, in this image, we've got the twin brother being born with Pegasus out of Medusa's head. But if you look at the constellation, if you look at the mirroring in our sky, when Perseus kills Medusa, and this is Perseus, and this is him holding the decapitated head of Medusa, out of Medusa's head comes Andromeda and Pegasus. So Andromeda is the twin that is born at that point. So we've got all this twin mirroring energy coming through. The mirroring of the sun and the moon. And I think let's have a quick, let's have a quick card break and see. Now we've kind of delved into some of the history and I've gotten really hot. So I'm just going to take 5 and have a little drink. And let's pull some Beyond Lemuria cards. Beyond Lemuria is where we want to be. We are beyond Lemuria. Lemuria is us. Before we were us. Lemuria was here on planet Earth. Before Atlantis. Or at some stages simultaneously with Atlantis. I felt like wow. Okay. For some reason, I was feeling like there was more to that. I mean, these cards are so amazing that it's, each one is like, yeah, that's the one. But The way they fell, I'm not sure if they were the ones intended for right this second. What other energies do we have from the Beyond Lemuria Oracle deck to help us? Because this is an ancient story and it goes back to Lemurian, it is held within the Lemurian memory, the story we've been telling. Maybe it can actually help us to illuminate. And it might be the cards I've already pulled are right, but I'm just sensing gracious receptivity. And I think that's where I will pause, because I've now got gracious receptivity, lumin essence, and our ancient future, which so talks to me of ancient past. But look at these cards. This is number 39, which breaks down to a 3. Our ancient future, which so feels like our ancient past. But when you know that time is an illusion, then, you know, time, present, past, and future are all happening simultaneously. And it looks like I might need to recharge my phone in a minute. Then we've got number 35, which breaks down to an 8. Lumin essence. Lumin essence, which is like light essence. Light essence. I mean, these are such similar colours. And I've just realised that the card we pulled, Our Ancient Future, is the one on the front of the box. And then we have Gracious Receptivity, 28. Gracious Receptivity. And there were 2 more. There was Radical Expansion, which was number 4, and Manifestia, which is a number 9. And I'm feeling now why I hesitated before. Radical Expansion is a sea serpent fire dragon with a feminine energy calling her into being with all the chakra colours. And I think actually the reason I hesitated there, because it was kind of like all the answers I needed were in this one card. And yet I kept looking for more. Which is a nice kind of balance in the way of saying that we always look for more. We always look outside ourselves. We're always looking for something else to fill or open or satiate our needs, when actually all we need is everything we've got inside. So I think we should read that one. Let's read Radical Expansion. I mean, I feel like reading those as well. They're just super amazing. Let's put those out of the way. Fire, fire. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Mirror. And you know, it's interesting. Mira in Spanish is to look. Mira is to look. So mirror is like to look. The act of looking, the act of seeing, the act of using one's eyes, whether they are your sun and your moon and sun chakras, or whether that's your internal third eye of your pineal gland. It's that inner looking, the inner mirror, inner seeking. And it's funny because I was writing I'm always delving into words and etymology and where words come from and how they evolve. And I was looking at the word ether spelled with the A-E connected together at the beginning and thinking how very few words are actually start with that composite. And one of them is the word aesthetics, which is the way things appear. And when I put it side by side with the word ether, I see that ether as like essence, like the way things are, and aesthetics is like the way things appear, the way things look, the way things seem. You could say that the matrix is like the way things seem, the way things appear is what we believe is real, whereas the true reality of what's going on is hidden. So I thought that was really interesting about that AE symbol at the beginning of the word ether and the beginning of the word aesthetic, about the way things appear and the way things really are. And then, just thinking about the word mira in Spanish representing the word look, to look at yourself in the mirror. And what do you see? You see yourself. The quest is to see yourself as you really are. The quest is to see your reflections in the mirror, all your reflections. So let's go into some radical expansion. Let's do that. Do you know what? I am going to... I'll be back in a second. I'll be back. Okay. I'm realising that it's almost 3 hours. So we're almost at the home stretch. If this is going to be 4 hours, we've got 1 hour to go. I think I've got just enough power. Let's hope. Let's see how we get on. Right, we're going to read Radical Expansion number 40. I went and got myself a cheeky cigarette. And I'm going to smoke this while we read. Sorry for any of you purists out there, but this is my reading, my time, and I feel like having a cigarette. Right, number 40. Number 40. This is the Beyond Lemuria Oracle deck, and it is absolutely gorgeous. These energies, these colours, this artist who's called Izzy Ivy, absolutely spectacular. Radical Expansion. I'll show you the card quickly, and then I'll read. But just have another quick look at that. See the feminine energy down there in the bottom, calling up, manifesting, this beautiful dragon spirit, Tiamat. She's eliciting and invoking Tiamat. Living and loving at full capacity, being unapologetically you, self-expression, boldness, having a voice, taking up space, expansion, empowerment, owning your true power, being visible in the world, having fun with your magnificence, letting go of judgment, creative exploration, radical ways of being. I think you could attribute all of those to what we want for the feminine energy, the expansion of the feminine energy into the world. And that's for all of us, male and female. Whichever gender you were born, we each have masculine and feminine within us all. So it's about bringing that energy into beautiful harmony within ourselves. So finding your inner feminine. What would it feel like to live, love, and feel at full capacity? Do you imagine what it would be like? This card is about being truly and unapologetically you. The gifts that you think are too bold for this world, and those heartfelt experiences you believe you should hold back on, they might just light someone up. The physical self-expression that you dull down so that you fit in, and those dreams that seem too vast could be precisely what the world is waiting for. Do you feel you have the right to take up space? Our auras can expand manifold, but we often choose to keep them tight to our bodies, maybe for safety. But what is this construct in which we have imprisoned ourselves? Where does this subtle or not so subtle shame come from? Why not dance our most beautiful dance, dress in a way that makes us feel magnificent, and sing so our voices can be heard? Let me just put that back down so you can see it. I know that was probably more for YouTube than I'm sort of sitting in front of it now, but where was I? Why not dance our most beautiful dance, dress in a way that makes us feel magnificent, and sing so that our voices are heard? Considering the paradigm of our judgment in others can help us expand into authentic expression. We may not be aware of the thoughts that were imprinted in us from a young age through our parents, our teachers, society, and the media. Separation and limitation begin with your beliefs around what is acceptable and what is not. Connection and possibility come through owning your power and embracing your responsibility to be more visible in the world, to not shy away from life. It is time for radical ways of being and thinking, and you can start by granting yourself the freedom and creativity to be you. Having a voice is essential for power to shift back to individuals and communities outside of prescribed normality. It is time to unleash your inner rainbow dragon and unapologetically claim your heart-based empowerment and radiantly unconventional gifts, and to have fun with it. The divinatory or divine meaning. It is time for expansion. And that's a real Jupiter energy expansion. You can be as big as your energy wants to be. Stop and consider anything that is holding you back. This card is the permission slip that allows you to let go of limiting stories and take up all the space that you need. Have fun unleashing who you are. As bold and radical as some of your ideas or offerings might be, who is to say they are not what the world is waiting for, what the world wants? Take note of any judgment take note of any judgment of authentic expression towards yourself or others. Be mindful that creatively exploring unrefined expression may be what is needed right now. Remember to center yourself in your heart and be the masterpiece your soul always wanted you to be. Beautiful. Beautiful that the dragon card should come out. I don't know how many there are in this deck. There may only be the one. And I feel like reading one of the other ones, and it's either luminescence or it's gracious receptivity. So I shall ask the cards which one they want us to read. It is luminescence. Luminescence. Gracious receptivity is such a beautiful energy. And I could read all of them for you. And maybe you want me to read all of them for you, but I'm going to show you this one, gracious receptivity, because that's where we are at. That's the energy we're in now. We are embodying gracious receptivity. We're being receptive to the energies in the universe, the energies within us. And we're going to read number 35, which breaks down to an 8, which is the number of infinity. Number 35, luminescence, and I'll show you luminescence again. I love this. Love these energies. And all feminine, divine feminine energies in this spread so far. Luminescence, self-love, the light that radiates from our hearts, light shining in the darkness, heart-centered living, removing your heart armor, accepting your shadows as the flip side of your strengths, a vulnerable, wide open heart, authentic, heartfelt needs. When we choose to journey through life from our hearts, it illuminates the darkness. All illusion drops away, and we see what is real. What does self-love look like to you? Self-love is often talked about, but we don't always consider its deeper implications. One of the keys for bringing heaven to earth is the realization of our optimal reality, to create a new earth, not dissimilar to the Lemurian utopia. We navigate or illuminate our journey through our hearts. When our core foundations are integrity and kindness, our choices are ethical, and our souls radiate warmth, hold compassionate space for others, and inspire others to carry it forward. Unfortunately, as we travel through life, we often armor ourselves to protect our hearts. We fear them to be delicate and vulnerable. But this is contrary to the incredible power of having a fully open heart. Sadly, we can toss parts of ourselves in the trash because we cannot see how they serve us, or they may feel too ugly or painful. Loving yourself is about accepting all of yourself, including the parts you may consider less desirable. Self-love is unconditional. As we make the journey to wholeness, we see that the parts we have severed from ourselves are counterparts to our greatest strengths. We also realize the actions we thought benefited others, when we went out of our way to please, fall short or fall away in their place. In their place, we can allow authentic gifts to unfurl and bring luminosity to shared endeavors and environments. Consider how you relate to your world when you come to it from a happy place of fullness, doing things because you want to. Sometimes we feel we must give away our happiness to show we care for others. But when we live in our joy, it affects others. Acting from uninspired obligation and the cloud it brings can hold no light to that joy. Remember, your internal world reflects your outer reality. If you are met by less than ideal dynamics, they may hold a clue to your unloved parts. So that really is saying if there's something that doesn't feel aligned inside you, something that feels hurt or damaged, that's an indicator, that's a lesson, that's a clue of what needs to be healed inside you. So these are great clues to the mystery of who we really are. We just have to go within and listen to that inner voice and that inner core part of ourselves, our soul. And actually all the answers that we need are right there. Accepting our less desirable aspects doesn't make the behaviours that may arise from them okay. Accepting your whole self means being okay with the foundations that created the insecurities and then bringing them back into balance. A technique for painting light involves balancing the surroundings with a darker colour. The darker the juxtaposition, the brighter the light appears. This is a great analogy for accepting all aspects of our deeper selves. Be real with your shadows so that you can let more light in and shine brighter. Love is the most potent and healing tool that we have, and the more we feel, the more we create. It's contagious too. The more we live from our hearts, the more we find it in our lives. So how do we kickstart this wholeness of being? Be present and authentic with your heartfelt needs. Have an awareness and a softening towards your unloved parts. It may seem easier said than done, but start seeing things from a gentler, more compassionate place, away from judgment. In the bigger picture, we are all doing the best we can within our circumstances. And it just went 3:03:33 in the live chat. Often the things that keep us out of our hearts are much simpler to release than we realize. Finding what makes us happy and surrounding ourselves with those who really see us and encourage us goes a long way. Be aware of the parts of yourself that you find easy to love and set goals for healing themes that require extra care and attention. Honor the fantastic vessel your body is. Sorry, just time to move to the next IG video. And we'll be right back. Okay. I'll just wait till I've got Instagram back before I continue reading. And it should be any second now. Hello to everybody that's watching at the moment. I hope you're all doing really, really well. Thank you so much for staying here, being with me in this energy, in this time. Let's bring Instagram back. And we shall continue. Instagram, you're back with us. Finding what makes us happy and surrounding ourselves with those who really see us and encourage us goes a long way. Be aware of the parts of yourself that you find easy to love and set goals for healing themes that require extra care and attention. Honor the fantastic vessel your body is. Look at what you are good at and grow your self-appreciation from this place. Wonder at the challenges you have moved through. Dream big, but also be real about what is achievable. Do not compare yourself to others, as we all have our different struggles and strengths. Think about all you are grateful for. Acts of kindness are another way to expand that heartfelt, feel-good vibe. And there are lots of ways you can spread kindness and helping others through volunteering, acting from a charitable perspective. The divinatory meaning. Consider the parts of yourself that you may not be accepting. You may be experiencing an inner dissonance due to what you are trying to push away. This card is about self-love. That is the deep, compassionate, unconditional love of self that brings you into wholeness. Luminescence means the essence of light. There is nothing that makes us shine more than a heart that is full of love. You can shine through the shadows most gracefully when there is no fear within. Accept your shadows so that they can move more easily and resolve. Allow more light and love inside and out of your world. That was quite a long reading. That was longer than all of the other ones. Very powerful card. So. I feel like some animal spirits want to come through. Maybe more dragons. Maybe more winged creatures. Maybe some birds. Wondering if we have any birds already. Was it the last reading where there was just birds flying everywhere? Okay. This is the Wild Unknown Tarot. Beautiful Wild Unknown. Animal spirits, animal deities, creatures and entities of Gaia, of Mother Earth. Please give us some clarity and clarifying energies for those that we have already experienced in this reading tonight. Thank you so much for your divine energy. It is so powerful as we call upon the elements of water and fire air and earth and ether. What joy and adventure and mirth do you have to join in our story? The Empress. The Empress. We had the Empress earlier on. Where's that card gone? It's here. She found her way over there. So look, we got the Empress again. All that feminine energy. I can't see you if I do that one. And we got death. Okay. Interestingly, the Three of Swords appeared to me and I didn't take it, and then it appeared to me again, so it's coming out. Three of Swords represents heartbreak, represents the suit of air, which is Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra. Any more animal totems or animal spirits or ethereal spiritual energies from the Wild Unknown Tarot? Thank you, my spirits. Thank you for your energy, your wisdom, your guidance, your healing, and your love is abundant, and we are grateful. Okay, let's see what that was. Hiya, Gabs. Thank you so much for joining. Oh my God. So we got a bird. We got the Father of Cups. We got the King of Cups again. We just got the Empress again, and we got the King of Cups again. The Swan, the Father of Cups. We got the Chariot. The Father of Cups. So the Chariot represents twin flames for me. It's also number 7 in this deck. We then have the Nine of Wands, which is fulfillment in love and passion. The end of a burdensome journey, reaching out into love. We then get Strength. Again, do you remember all that fiery Leo energy we had at the beginning? Woo, baby. That lion, leonine energy coming through. And it is the number 11 in this deck. And the number 11 represents the Four of Wands, which is another representation mirroring of the twin flame energy. And you see this Strength card has the sign of infinity in the space of their third eye. And the beautiful rose representing innocence and purity of heart. A pure heart, just like the reading we've just talked about, the reading I just took you through, that innocence, that goodness of heart, real acting from the heart energy is where we all need to be. And then we had the Nine of Swords, the Three of Swords, and death. So death is change. Death is bringing an end, a transition to the energy. So here we've got heartbreak as the Three of Swords, and the Nine of Swords is like nightmares of your heartbreak. Nine of Swords is like the staying up late at night, beating yourself up in the way that we do that's just so wrong and so bad for us, and having sorry, my cat is looking at all sorts of crazy energies in around the ceiling of this room, things that I can't see but she can see with her incredible senses. Ooh, okay, so yeah, the Nine of Swords, the Three of Swords is like that experience of the heartbreak in your heart in the 3D. And the Nine of Swords is what we do to ourselves at night as we go over and over and over that energy, rehashing conversations, beating ourselves up when there's really no need, but it's just the way our programming keeps us stuck in the physical realm. But I love that it comes with death. So death is the change to this energy. Death blows these two energies apart and brings release. It brings an end to the struggle. It brings an end to pain. And it's the number 13, which breaks down to a 4, which is structure, which is so brilliant because it's like the opposing energy of change is structure. The only fixed state in the whole universe is that of change. The fatedness of the destiny that is fixed works only because it transforms over and over and again into infinity. So I love that in this deck, the death card is represented by 4, a 13 breaking into the 4. And it just blows these painful energies out the window. And then we have the 2 of Wands and the 9 of Wands, which are both very, very illuminatingly powerful energies. Oh, that's upside down. You know, this fiery 2 of Wands looks like a fire. It looks like the alchemical symbol for fire. And then the 9 of Wands is a really interesting energy. The 9 of Wands, it's like, you know, it's like bringing the structure of the fire and the light, but it's in the darkness. There's this beautiful, colourful lightning streak that seems to be emerging out of this structure, almost out of this sacred circle on the ground. The 9 of Wands, oh, I'm sorry, it's not the 9, it's the 8 of Wands. So the 8 of Wands is passionate, fiery communication, coming in really quickly. The 2 of Wands is about a choice. Sometimes it's about a choice between 2 different things, but it's also about a choice, 2 different ways that you can approach a situation. You can either embrace it, you know, like we had at the beginning. You can either accept it and embrace it, or you can resist it and push it away, push it down. So this 2 of Wands is kind of saying, like, you always have that choice. You always have that free will to choose which energy you decide to be in. And, you know, it's okay if you're still in this energy of resistance, if there's something holding you back, because you can see, oh, look, hang on, my phone's going to die. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. I think we just saved that. You're all still there. That's amazing. Oh, hang on. I need to put something behind that. One sec. Okay. All right. Alrighty. Okay. That's still quite dark for Facebook, but I think that's been like that all night. So sorry about you guys. If it's really, really dark, I am still live on Instagram and YouTube. So feel free to pop along there or stick with me. It does seem to sort of go in and out of the dark on Facebook. So, so yeah, that sense of we always have free will to choose. And, you know, you can hold back on taking this new path. You can hold back on letting go of these energies that you don't want to let go of. But eventually they will find their way out. Karma will always work itself out. The energy just wants to move. The energy just wants to transform. So if you see in this card here, despite how much this character is desperately holding on for dear life, resisting change, resisting growth, what's happening? Growth's happening anyway. Those buds and those shoots and those branches are finding their way out through the gaps in the concrete. And they're growing anyway. So it's kind of saying, you know, resistance is futile. Change must take place. Change must occur. It is the ultimate cycle that change wants to be in motion. Death is the ultimate energy of the whole tarot, of the whole zodiac, of the whole universe, because it plays that central part in the ultimate cycle of life. We have life, we have death, we have resurrection. Everything moves in accordance to that energy stream, that energy vibration, that energy dissolution and reforming constantly. So death is such an important player in helping these old energies die, these old habits move, so that something new can be created in its place, something else can move into its place. Followers of physics will know that two things cannot occupy the same space at the same time. That's the same with energy as it is for a physical object. You can't have the same energy. You can't have a really negative and a really positive, a really happy and a really sad energy occupying your mind simultaneously. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't happen. Obviously, you could be a genuinely really happy person most of the time, and then you have a terrible event happen. And yes, then obviously you are holding on to a lot of sadness and grief. But at that very real now moment, you cannot be in grief and in happiness at the same moment. They just cannot exist in the same. There is only like one radio channel open in your mind at any one time, and it can only be set to one station or one frequency at one time. I've got a funny little black dot that's appeared at the top of my Facebook. I don't know what that means. Maybe I'm being watched by some other beings. Strange. So it's about recognizing when we're holding on to stuck energy that isn't helping us move forward and progress, letting it go, and allowing that new energy, fresh energy, to move into its space. So really beautiful cards. And I love that the Father of Cups and the Empress comes up with the Chariot. So twin flame energy so often represents to me through the Chariot, because the Chariot is always pulled, except in this card, in this particular deck, which is the tarot, the Wild Unknown Tarot. In most other decks, the Chariot is pulled by two creatures, either horses or sphinxes or unicorns, and they very much represent for me the energy of the twin flames, that the twin souls. You know, I consider myself one half of a twin flame journey, and what that means is that my soul was split. I used to inhabit a soul with another spirit, and when we came into this life, into this world, and we chose to be here at this particular time, our soul was split and put into two bodies. Or it's kind of like you can't split the soul. Like its fullness, it's in its fullness in both me and my twin flame counterpart. It's the same soul existing in two people. And our journey, our twin flame journey, is to find that way back to each other, to find our counterpart, our yin, my yin to his yang. My yang to his yin, because the yin is feminine, the yang is masculine. And so there's this ultimate journey, but in a way, I'm carrying both sides of the soul, the masculine and the feminine in me, and he's carrying both sides of the soul, the masculine and feminine in him. And there's an internal journey that we have to go on to bring those two masculine and feminine parts into unity, in order for that union in the 3D reality world, real world, to happen as well. So it's kind of like all of this is an ever moving river of representation, that one thing has to end for another thing to come in. One thing has to be released for another thing to move forward and be accepted and embodied. And, you know, this is real. So, you know, if the Chariot represents the twin souls, the Empress represents the feminine, and the Father of Cups represents the masculine. And there's this strength in this tree of the Empress, powerful strength. And then there's this soft gentleness in the Father of Cups, this deep well of emotion, which is water, so it's a feminine energy again. And the feminine Empress is represented by earth. So again, all this feminine energy. And at the beginning, if you remember, we had all the masculine coming through. We had the Father, we had the Prince of Wands and the Knight of Cups, representing fire and water. And now we've got earth and water. We had the fire and water dragon and the water dragon, and we didn't have any air dragon, which is so interesting. There hasn't been as much air energy tonight. There was those swords, but they were being released. That sword's airy energy was being released. Now, air energy is powerful. It's so powerful for our manifestation. It's that manifesting space in the astral plane. Our mind's eye connects out to the infinite cosmic mind of the universe. So air energy is so vital and valuable. It's the energy of the heart as well. The energy of the heart space, the lungs, the respiratory system is the air. It's that which keeps us living. It is the platform on which everything else is built. Before Earth, it is built in the air. Before it is made manifest in the 3D, it is manifested in the 4D, the astral plane, the plane of our dreams. But it's interesting, it's kind of, it's coming through to me as this is a conversation about emotion tonight. Yes, the air is important and it's ever present. It's vital. It's the vital breath, balancing everything, the air of Libra, balancing everything in the universe. But she's staying kind of subtle because she wants to push into the foreground the recognition of our emotions. The Father of Cups, deeply emotional. He's the King of Cups. You know, the King of Cups has so much emotion, but he's slow to spill his guts. He doesn't talk about his emotions or bring them out until he feels really, really safe. Until he knows that his love is going to be reciprocated. But he's got the love. He's the ultimate King of Cups. The kings all represent fire. So whichever suit or element they come in, the kings always bring the energy of fire into whatever card or energy they're in. So the King of Cups is the fiery aspect of water. So the passionate aspect of love, the fiery intensity when you're attracted to somebody, mutually attracted to somebody. The twin flame energy. It's that flame in our hearts. So even though the heart represents the airy energy of balance, it is truly about kind of bringing our water and our fire into beautiful harmony. And there's so much fire and water on the table. It's about to be 333 in the live chat. It's 11:40, which means we've been going for, we've been going for 3 hours, 32 minutes. What do I want to bring for this last half an hour? Because I'm going to call this 4 hours. So what shall we look at? I wanted to maybe read you something about the twins in mythology. I mean, every time I do one of these readings, every single time, I'll have so much stuff that I've prepared and I'll be like, oh yeah, we'll easily get to that. And I just literally don't scratch the surface. And that's why we're here on episode 5. We've just gone 33333. Oh my God, that's amazing. So here we are again. I've got loads of stuff that definitely not going to get through it all. So let's find a piece that would be really good to end on. Let's read about the twins. So here are some images of the twins in mythology. When I went deep into looking for this, I found hundreds of representations of twins through mythology. It's the oldest legend. It's the most significant, powerful legend that prehistorical storytellers have been trying to pass down through the ages, through the oral tradition, to ensure that these stories came through. And why is that? Why was it so important for us to understand the twin energy? What were our ancient forefathers trying to get us to remember and reflect on? So this is Castor and Pollux. You might recognize those names from our constellation. They are Gemini. They are the twins, Castor and Pollux, in the sky, the constellation Gemini. Castor and Pollux, or Castor and Polydeuces. And there's another bit. There's so many bits, you see. Let me read to you about the mythology of Chiron. So a lot of the energies that we've been talking about throughout this whole series is that a lot of these feminine energies that have been lost or hidden or you know, kind of kidnapped and taken hostage along the way, when you look at their energy and their history and their story, they all represent a nature spirit, a spirit of nature, a spirit of the planet, a spirit of Gaia, a spirit of healing, of the harvest, of recognizing and celebrating the agriculture, of bringing abundant creation into the world, into reality. And they all have this beautiful healing nature. And yet, at a time when we all need so much healing in the world, here am I discovering all these spirits and characters and planets through history that had a healing nature that have been hidden from us. So it's a search for healing. It's a journey for healing internally by looking out to the stars and the energies of the chakras and the planets to try and understand what the hell is going on inside my body. Okay, so this is the mythology of Chiron. The Greek helping us acquire a deeper understanding of the archetypal energies alive in our sky. Chiron is the centaur, and that means he is half horse, half man. He was known as a wise teacher, healer, and prophet. Chiron's father was the Greek god Kronos, or Saturn, and his mother was the beautiful nymph named Philaera. Which I've just realized means to love, the love of music. Philo is the love of, and lyra is the underpinning word branch that lyrics come from. So lyra, the constellation or star system Lyra, is deeply connected with music and deeply connected with the octave, the 8 placements, the 8 movements of music. So I'm just sort of feeling that already new information coming through. So Philyra means love of music. And music is incredibly healing, isn't it? Kronos was a cruel and devouring father god, and he met the nymph Philyra during one of his many searches for his then baby son, Zeus. Kronos was hoping to have some baby Zeus kebab for supper that night. Now that means, that harks back to this other legend of Saturn eating all his children, trying to eat his son Zeus, who is also Jupiter in the Roman. So this is Greek mythology, Zeus is Zeus in Greek, but he's Jupiter in Roman. So like I said before, like the father of Jupiter was Saturn. And there's this idea that Saturn is eating all of his children. Now, you could look at that as a different respect. In a different respect, if you look at the solar system mobile that I showed you earlier, we had planets that were disappearing or having bits eaten out of them and creating new planets or new orbits or the asteroid belt. So I kind of think that there's something about that with Saturn, that Saturn was overseeing and a very present energy when Tiamat got destroyed by Marduk. And through the mysterious allegory of story, they talk about it as Saturn eating his children, rather than it being a planet coming from an outer galaxy and smashing into ours and causing that destruction. But everything in mythology is an allegory for something else. Everything is symbolic of something else. Every painting throughout the Renaissance speaks to these ideas, speaks to this awakening. The Renaissance literally means the Enlightenment as well. That's actually what it means as a conceptual cultural event. Was the Renaissance. It was the enlightenment of these bright minds. And they gave us so much through the Greek and Roman mythologies. And this was brought through also the Egyptian, the Babylonian, the Assyrian, the ancient Far East. All of this was brought through in the Renaissance. Imagery, the paintings, the sculptures. Sorry, I just went off on one. However, upon seeing Philyra, Kronos managed to get sidetracked, instantly getting a serious case of the hots for the nymph. The problem is, though, that the nymph Philyra did not share his lusty desires. So Philyra turned herself into a mare, or a horse, in the attempt to flee the unwelcome, desirous advances of Kronos. But Kronos likewise transformed himself into a stallion and was able to consummate his overwhelming desire to mate with Philyra. Satisfied, Kronos left, never to return. And this story of the man, the masculine, raping the woman against her will is a reflection in the stories of Persephone, in the stories of Medusa, in the stories of Kronos, as we're about to see. He is the child of a violent rape. Philyra, upon seeing her newborn son, Chiron, as a centaur, is so disgusted and appalled that she rejects and abandons her child. That's the really bad, tragic news for Chiron. A child born of a violent rape is abandoned and rejected by both his parents, the very ones who should have been there to love and nurture the young Chiron. The really good redemptive news is that Chiron is later adopted by the sun god Apollo. Upon becoming Chiron's foster parent, Apollo, who is the god of music, prophecy, poetry, and healing, taught Chiron all that he knew. As a result, Chiron later in life became a powerful mentor to the sons of kings and many of the most famous Greek heroes, including Jason of the original Jason and the Argonauts, Asclepius, who became a famous healer in his own right. And I've got very little juice left in that one. I'm just wondering if I can plug in another one. Let's see how we get on. We might lose a little bit of Instagram. Let me see how far I get. Maybe we'll bring it to the end when I've finished reading this, because I don't want to lose Insta, but I'm not sure if I can. Yeah, I haven't really got very much energy left on either one, so maybe we'll bring it to a close in a second. So Jason and the Argonauts, Asclepius, who is also the serpent bearer, Ophiuchus, and Achilles, and also Hercules. The second wounding of Chiron. Hercules plays a starring role in the continuing saga of Chiron becoming a wounded healer. Good old Hercules always seemed to be at odds with the centaurs, and it was eventually to be a centaur that actually killed him. But during a skirmish with a rowdy bunch of centaurs who were all scattering and heading for the hills, Hercules carelessly, accidentally wounded his friend and mentor Chiron in the knee with one of his arrows. The arrows Hercules had chosen to use on this particular day were arrows coated with the blood of the monster Hydra, and Hydra is a sea monster. Arrows coated with the blood of the Hydra were known to cause painful wounds that would never heal. And being an immortal, Chiron having a wound that would never heal was a real serious problem. He would never be able to heal from the wound, and being immortal, he could never die. It's an allegory for the way we are living in our times, the pain and the wounds that we're holding on to that will not heal unless we do that work to transform ourselves and bring that harmony and balance. After a long time of passing with no relief, the wound caused Chiron so much severe pain that Hercules gave him a deal. The Titan god Prometheus had been chained to a rock by Zeus. Being chained to the rock was his punishment for having stolen the fire from Olympia to give to the immortals. Each day, some versions say every other day, Zeus's eagle would come and eat the liver of Prometheus whilst he was chained to the rock. And every night the liver would heal itself. Then the eagle would come again for his liver snacks day after day. As stipulated by Zeus, Prometheus could only be released, an energy release, if and when an immortal offered to go to Tartarus and take his place. Going to Tartarus would mean that the immortal was giving up his status as an immortal and would die. Chiron, being the son of Kronos or Saturn and the half-brother of Zeus or Jupiter, agreed to take the place of Prometheus, and then he eventually died. And upon his death, he was then released from his wound that would never heal. Chiron was then honoured with the constellation of Centaurus in the sky. And we will definitely pick up the story of Chiron later, because it's so fascinating how all of these ideas of the twin, the twin comes back. Chiron is a twin creature. He is a twin between a horse and a man. The nymph, Philaera, turned herself. The nymphs were often water creatures, so mermaids. So they had the tail of a fish and the top half of a woman. And I did have a picture here, which was really interesting, which shows maybe Philaera, because she was a nymph to start with. And look, she has the violin, a beautiful instrument of music, and her name was Lover of Music, Philaera. And she has the bottom part of a horse, and she has the top part of a woman and the middle part of a mermaid. And she has the tail of what looks like a lion or a tree. So, we've got earth, fire, air, and water represented in this image. We've got the air, which is music. We've got water, which is the mermaid. We've got fire, which is the tail of the lion. And we've got the body of the horse, which is earth. And we've got the feminine creature, which is the feminine, integrated in one beautiful body. So there's all these representations of twinned beings. Thoth, our great master, Thoth, was often seen as the head of an ibis and the body of a man. Or sometimes he was represented as the monkey, as like, I forget the name of the I want to say psilocybin monkey, but that's not it. That's something else. Not psilocybin. Something like cyclopean monkey, but it's not that either. But it's and then in the halls of Amenti, the Egyptian halls of Amenti, where Thoth would adjudicate on the weighing of your heart against the feather of Mart. This would bring, this was the divine rite of passage when you died in the Egyptian law, the Egyptian folklore, and their, the way that they would transcend from one world to another was through the halls of Amenti. And in the halls of Amenti, the Amenti monster would eat your heart if your heart was found to be heavy with darkness and not light with love. And the Amenti monster was a combination, a creature that had part hippo, part crocodile, and I think part dog. So it kind of had like the head of a crocodile. It had the rump or the rear of a hippo, and it had, I think, the body of like a dog or like a lion. And, we've got Pegasus, the winged horse. The winged horse of Pegasus that I like to imagine as a unicorn, because we know unicorns were incredibly real creatures in Atlantis. It's well documented. And Pegasus was the ultimate winged flying horse that pulled Poseidon's chariot through the water. So not only was Pegasus, so I see Pegasus as kind of being like, maybe Pegasus had a loving, intimate, passionate night with a unicorn and created the unicorn, the winged unicorn. Because Pegasus isn't traditionally such seen with a horn. But the horn of the unicorn is symbolic of our third eye energy. Once upon a time, it was a very visible, real energy stream that would appear out of our third eye that has been crystallized and calcified and brought down into the matter of our bodies. And it is still there, but we need to open it and nurture it and nourish it and bring it into the real, into our real understanding of who we are. And so, you've got the winged creature, Pegasus, which appeared as a twin with with Chrysaor and or Andromeda, whichever way you want to look at it. You can look at the myth, you can look at the constellations. They're all showing the same thing, that these twins emerged from the decapitated head of Medusa. And we've talked about Medusa's decapitation by Perseus being a representation of the awakening. It's the awakening of self, cutting off or disposing with the material, the physical body, and emerging enlightening, upwards movement, ascension, releasing all this energy, and it releases the twins, which for me is the masculine and feminine, released and brought into union in the 3D. So there's so many little pockets and rabbit holes that we can run down. But I'm just, I'm conscious that it is 5 minutes to the 4 hour mark. You know me, I could disappear down the rabbit hole and take you with me, and we could probably go all night, but I'm feeling like I'm looking at all this other stuff I wanted to share, but let's leave that to next time. Let's pull a couple of quick energies while we've still got. I'll have a quick look if there was anything else I wanted to show you tonight. One nice picture that's appeared to me now. This is Isis, Osiris, and Horus. More representation of the twins, the sun and the moon, the left eye and the right eye, and in the middle is the third eye. More representation from our Egyptian brothers and sisters of this. It's a representation of my head. It's my left eye, the moon, the right eye, the sun, and the third eye, my pineal gland, enlightened, opened, glowing and shining in the middle. So look for the allegory, look for the story, look for the deeper meaning, read between the lines. All of these legends and myths have incredible, powerful stories that they all have gifts to give us, and we must open ourselves to these gifts. Look to story, look to the myths and legends that you feel naturally drawn to and naturally intrigued by, because that's telling you there's a special message in there just for you. And I really hope you've enjoyed the story tonight. I really hope you've enjoyed where we've gotten to in the story. I know we never seem to be reaching the end. We just seem to be going further and further into the labyrinth, but that's okay. We have to go through the labyrinth to come out the other side. So it's just telling me in beautiful, dynamic Technicolor that there is so much more of the story. We need just a few more astrological events to appear to themselves in my calendar, and I will put in episode 6. And you know what? 6s represent victory and success and the bridge. 6s are a bridge between the 3 and the 9. I've got 3 minutes left of Facebook, so I think that must mean that we have a 4-hour limit on Facebook, which is hilariously good. Good luck. Okay, this is the hero's journey. In 3 minutes, please give us a card from the hero's journey dream oracle. Thank you so much, spirits. I thank all of you beautiful spirits of light that have been here tonight with me on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, here in my vibrational field of light. You are amazing. Whether you've caught up with me on this journey after the fact, after we're live, or whether you're here now, whether you see this in a week, in a month, in a year, these readings are timeless, and they are all for your highest good and your healing. And that is all I wish to bring into the world, into your world, is my healing, my love, my light, my heart. And there goes Facebook. Okay, well, let's just see. We've got the return on the bottom of the deck. It's 1 minute to 4 hours. I love that. Oh my God. Okay, let's just show you the cards. We won't read any more, but let's just look at the energies. We got the Return, Own Your Mastery. The Return, Own Your Mastery. We had Flip It Upside Down. Flip it upside down like a mirror image. Question your beliefs, number 27, which breaks down to a 9. The Return is the 4 of structure of the Emperor of the Divine Masculine. Number 19 breaks down to a 10. Sorry, I couldn't count then. The North Star. Finding your North Star. Flip your inner light switch. Flip your inner light switch. Looks a bit like a keyhole. You hold the key inside you, and there's a doorway. You just need to go inside to find the doorway. And then we have number 2, which is a symbol of union, the Quest. Look at all that amazing fiery flame energy. The quest for your masculine, the quest for your feminine, be that internally or externally, the quest. The quest, twin flame, questing within. And the last one we got was where you are is where it's at. Stay still until you are divinely moved. Where you are is where it's at, which is the number 14, which breaks down to a 5, which is the sign of change, transition. Wait until spirit moves you. Stay still until you are divinely moved. Well, I think we've been divinely moved tonight with all of this magic and divinity and heart and love. From the fire, from the air, from the earth, from the water and the ether. So much abundance arises. And it's what we are all made of. Where you are is where it's at. Everything that you've ever needed and you could ever want and desire is all up here and all in here. And you can access it whenever you want. You close your eyes. You take nice deep breaths. Come into centeredness. And you just let the chatter and the thoughts just wave past you. You just don't attach any emotion to them. Just let it be, let it come, let it go. And see what light appears to you in the darkness. See what light appears to you in the darkness and let it lead you home. My beautiful ones, we are on the precipice of 4:04 in the live chat. We're about to end another hour's video on Instagram. So this is the perfect divine moment to bring this beautiful to a close. We are literally at 4:04 in 3 seconds. So namaste, my beautiful, beautiful spirits, wherever you are in the world, wherever you are, when you receive these messages, they are divinely for you at this point in time. And please like, please subscribe, please hit the notification bell on YouTube so that you do get informed when I do more messages. I really hope you've gotten a lot from these messages. seek within yourself, bring harmony, and above all, love each and every one of those parts of yourself that you discover. And you'll be spectacularly amazed by what evolves out of that union. Okay? I love you. My name's Sasha. I've been your green goddess tonight, tomorrow, before, and forever. Namaste. Sasha signing off. I'll see you on the other side, guys. Mwah. Love you. Bye. And I'll say good night to you, beautiful ones. Thank you so much for staying with me all this way through. Namaste and good night.